Chapter 2297. Chu Suifeng didn't know that there was a group of divine, star-venerable beasts sealed under Scarlet Moon Planet. He had lived here for so many years, yet he hadn't discovered such a situation. There's such a thing. Chu Suifeng couldn't believe it. He didn't expect to find divine, star-venerable beasts sealed under his feet. Although Yi Tianyun didn't specify how many there were, it definitely wouldn't be a small number. If there were one or two divine, star-venerable beasts, Yi Tianyun's expression wouldn't be so grim. Yes, I didn't expect it to be like this either. It's normal that you don't know. The locations where your clans are located are actually array cores. They weren't specially set up under your clans, but have always existed. Yi Tianyun looked at Chu Suifeng and said indifferently, "Did you choose an area with a higher concentration of star power to set up your clans?" That's for sure. When choosing a clan's residence, it must be a location with a higher concentration of star power. Whether it's above or below, there's rich star power. The place where our Chu clan is located is a place with an extremely high concentration of star power. The more Chu Suifeng spoke, the more shocked he became. Towards the end, he came to a realization. No wonder there are so many places with high concentration of star power on Scarlet Moon Planet. Those areas must have originally been array cores, constantly gathering star power to seal the divine, star-venerable beasts below. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. You think it's a treasured land, but it's actually one of the beast's targets. That's why they're wantonly destroying it. Yi Tianyun shook his head and said, "Divine, star-venerable Chu, your Chu clan must strengthen its defenses. Since it's one of the array cores, it'll definitely face fierce attacks. You guys enjoy a unique area, but you'll have to shoulder more responsibilities." According to their memories, there are no detailed records of the number of beasts. Currently, we're guessing that there are at least dozens or even hundreds of divine, star-venerable beasts. Chu Suifeng's expression changed. If there really were hundreds of divine, star-venerable beasts, wouldn't they be completely flattened? Not to mention hundreds, even dozens of divine, star-venerable beasts would be enough to kill them. After being sealed for so long, they might have broken through to a higher cultivation. If they were all mid-stage divine, star-venerables, how could they resist? Indeed, after enjoying the resources we should have, we have to shoulder more responsibilities. Chu Suifeng smiled bitterly. Yi Tianyun was right. The best resources were all occupied by their big families. It could be said that if they didn't occupy this area, they wouldn't have the achievements they had today. That region was like a huge astral gathering formation, making the astral energy in that region very dense. Even without consuming any medicinal pills, one could easily break through to the star-venerate realm and above. This showed how startling the density of the astral energy was. All of this was brought about by the sealing of the divine, star-venerable behemoth. This meant that they had to either leave obediently or hold their ground and suppress the behemoth. Apart from that, there was no other choice. If they left the place where their family stayed, there would definitely be other families coming over. At that time, they would either have to give up or continue staying. As long as he stayed there, he would definitely be attacked. The eye of the formation was there, so it would definitely be attacked. It could be said that he was enjoying it while suffering. Indeed, there was no free lunch in this world. If he wanted to obtain it, he had to pay a price. Now, we can only hold our ground. If the behemoth attacks, we'll go and defend it. We'll also explain the situation to these big families. We must defend the eye of the formation to the death. If all the eye of the formation is breached, everything will be over. Yi Tianyun's expression was solemn. This was no laughing matter. If it was breached, not only Scarlet Moon Planet, but Desolate Dragon Planet would also be finished. There was some distance between the two, but with the cultivation of a divine, Star Venerable, flying over would be a piece of cake. At that time, there would be no point in hiding on desolate Dragon Planet. Then, when you searched the memories, did you know how many divine Star Venerables they sent? Chu Suifeng asked. When I was on desolate Dragon Planet, I did a little investigation and said that there were at least 8 divine Star Venerables. However, when I searched the memories of that divine Star Venerable beast, there was a complete change. This time, a total of more than 15 divine Star Venerables appeared. 7 of them were from the evil spirit race and the green demon race. The memories obtained on desolate Dragon Planet were not wrong. The giant beast race had that many divine Star Venerables. It was just that the evil spirit race and the green demon race's divine Star Venerables were not included. Now, there were a total of 15. What kind of concept was 15 divine Star Venerables? Even if all the divine Star Venerables on Scarlet Moon Planet were added together, there would not be that many. However, now that they had killed 2 of them, the pressure was reduced a little. The green demon race and the evil spirit race, these 2 declining races, also have divine Star Venerables. Chu Suifeng's expression changed slightly. Because these 2 races were too disgusting, they had been oppressed like the giant beast race. It was basically impossible for them to make a comeback. Who would have thought that with a comeback, they would even have divine Star Venerables? This was really shocking. I'm not very sure about this. We can only wait until we capture the green demon race and the evil spirit race's divine Star Venerables to find out the details. Yi Tianyan shook his head. He was indeed not very clear about this aspect. The giant beast race and the 2 great races were only in a cooperative relationship. They provided each other with resources. They did not know much about each other's situation. It was obvious that they were still holding back. All right, then let's go to the Feng clan now. The Feng clan is not small. It is not weaker than our Chu clan and the Zhu clan. Chu Suifeng immediately named a clan. The bigger the clan, the more likely it was to be established at the formation core. That's right, it's that Feng clan. Yi Tianyan also knew of the Feng clan. In his memories, it was clearly recorded which clan had the formation core. Currently, the closest clan to them was the Feng clan. After they quickly rushed to the Feng clan, sure enough, the Feng clan was also being attacked by divine Star Venerables. Moreover, there were quite a few of them. There were 3 divine Star Venerables attacking. The entire Feng clan fell into a state of chaos. The Feng clan's divine Star Venerables were also mobilized. However, there was only 1 divine Star Venerables in the Feng clan. It was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. How could they deal with them? Therefore, the entire Feng clan was extremely chaotic. It looked very tragic, much more intense than the Zhu clan, especially the Feng clan's divine Star Venerables. They were seriously injured, but they still had to desperately resist. The other free divine Star Venerables fiercely smashed the Feng clan, which was why the Feng clan was in such a miserable state. Chapter 2298. After Yi Tianyan and Chu Suifeng charged over, they immediately joined the battlefield to help Star Venerable Wind God resist the giant beasts. The 2 of them had just joined the battle when the divine Star Venerable beasts saw them coming over. Their eyes turned cold, and they pounced on them. The divine Star Venerable beasts that had been destroying the Feng family quickly came over to help. With 2 more divine Star Venerables coming over, they naturally couldn't destroy anything. They could only deal with the divine Star Venerables that joined the battle first. Star Venerable Wind God, leave this to us. Chu Suifeng shouted, indicating for Star Venerable Wind God to take a break. Star Venerable Wind God was in a very bad state right now. It was difficult for him to continue fighting. He had been purely holding on. His body had been shattered countless times. Every time he forcibly recovered, the situation became worse and worse. Instead of letting him continue fighting, it was better to let him rest for a while and then come over to help. That would be slightly better. Thank you for your help. Star, venerable wind god, didn't argue. He immediately dodged to the back, wanting to hide and rest. Tianyun didn't have any feelings for the Feng family. The Feng family didn't provoke him. They didn't even go to the purple gold divine pavilion. Naturally, they didn't have any conflicts with him. It could only be said that the Feng family was too low-key. They didn't even go to the purple gold divine pavilion. It was probably not because they looked down on the treasures there, but because they had other reasons. Because of this, the Feng family was under attack. After all, so many powerhouses didn't leave. They would definitely send more divine, star venerable beasts to attack the Feng family first. It could only be said that the giant beast race had investigated very clearly. The Chu family only sent one divine, star venerable. It wasn't that they looked down on the Chu family, but that Chu Suifeng was very strong. Star venerable wind god was only at the early stage of divine, star venerable. They would definitely deal with him first. The Zhu family's divine star venerables were very strong, but their overall strength was empty, so they would naturally attack first. Obviously, what happened on planet Desolate Dragon had been spread here. Knowing that the Zhu family's great star venerables were all dead, they would definitely attack first. Want to leave? One of the giant beast divine, star venerables immediately chased after it. Their appearances were similar, and it was impossible to tell what their original forms were. Only when they erupted with attacks did they realize that it was actually a giant armored lion. The giant armored lion god, Star, Venerable madly chased after him, not wanting to give the wind god Star Venerable a chance to catch his breath. It was rare for them to beat a divine, Star Venerable half to death. If they let him escape, then they would have fought for nothing. Just as the armored lion was about to catch up, a figure dashed over at an even faster speed and stood in front of the armored lion. If you want to catch up, you'll have to get past me first. The one who intercepted him was precisely Chu Suifeng. His speed was very fast, just like his name suggested, like a gust of wind. He blocked in front of the armored lion at an astonishing speed. However, this gust of wind was a terrifying hurricane, and its speed was even more terrifying. Let's work together and suppress him. The armored lion roared at its companion beside it. Soon, another divine star venerable beast flew over, a powerful aura leaking out. It was also an armored lion. As soon as the two armored lions came together, they quickly fused together. The star power between the two completely fused together. It was even closer than the pair of divine star venerables they had dealt with before. In the blink of an eye, a huge phantom of a giant armored lion appeared behind him, gradually turning into a substantial body. This feeling was very similar to the star aspect. Lion break! The two of them roared at Chu Suifeng. Both of them roared angrily, and a terrifying lion roar sound wave surged forward. Wherever it went, the void shattered. Those with weaker cultivations had their heads explode. They didn't even have a chance to react before they completely left this world. The terrifying sound wave turned into a huge armored lion, pouncing towards Chu Suifeng. Its speed was even faster than Chu Suifeng's. Come on, let me take one of your moves. Let's see how far your giant beast race has evolved. Chu Suifeng wasn't afraid at all. He stretched out his hand and waved. His body quickly turned into a hurricane, and a huge star aspect appeared behind him. Wind Eagle. Although it wasn't a unique star aspect, a level 6 star aspect was still heaven-defying. After Chu Suifeng activated his own power, the star power from the sky shrouded him. There was a total of 53 cubic meters of star power, enough to show disdain for everyone. Fury of the wind. Chu Suifeng rushed up, and within the hurricane, a giant eagle appeared, charging towards the sound waves that were roaring over. Boom, boom, boom. The sound wave was continuously shattered by Chu Suifeng as he rushed over. Finally, he fiercely hit the two armored lions, detonating an even more shocking energy bomb. For a moment, smoke filled the air, and the star power dissipated. Everything in the surroundings was turned into powder, and it was extremely terrifying. As the battle on the other side reached its climax, there was also a divine, star venerable beast on Yi Tianyun's side. The other party stared at him from head to toe, and there was a demonic light in its eyes, like the eyes of a sinister snake, staring straight at him. Have you seen enough? Aren't you going to make a move? Yi Tianyun saw that the other party had been staring at him and had no intention of making a move, so he couldn't help but remind him. Hee, it looks like soft skin and tender meat. It should be delicious, right? I haven't tasted such tender meat in a long time, and your cultivation isn't low. The divine, star venerable beast let out a strange sound, as if it was really going to eat him. I haven't cooked snake soup for a long time. Your meat should be acceptable. Even if it's a little old, it can at least be nourished. Yi Tianyun looked at him and smiled. You can see through my true body. The armored serpent's eyes were extremely cold. He didn't expect Yi Tianyun to see through his true body. Generally speaking, as long as he didn't release his power, it would be difficult to detect his true body. There's nothing I can't see through. Yi Tianyun smiled faintly and said, Cut the crap. If you don't fight, then I'll fight. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Tianyun immediately charged over, not waiting for the armored serpent to reply. Hee, I was waiting for you to come. The armored serpent laughed sinisterly. He didn't attack, just waiting for Yi Tianyun to attack. At the same time, the armored serpent's figure twisted, and suddenly a huge snake tail emerged from the seemingly empty space around it, wrapping around the charging Yi Tianyun. It was like a huge snake tail that could cover the sky and the earth, covering all directions of escape. For Yi Tianyun, this was the purpose of the armored serpent. Its tail could be hidden in the void, and when the prey entered its attack range, it would immediately retract its tail. At that time, it would be like an inescapable net, trapping the opponent inside, making it impossible for them to escape. At the same time, there was also a dense poison gushing out from the snake tail, enveloping this space. Everything was waiting for Yi Tianyun to take the bait, and it was obvious that Yi Tianyun had taken the bait and fallen into its trap. Chapter 2299, Heavenly Cloud Divine, Star Venerable. Chu Suifeng was shocked when he saw the situation on Yi Tianyun's side after sending the two giant armored lions flying. It didn't look very optimistic. Think about yourself first before worrying about others. The two giant armored lions attacked again. After being attacked, they didn't suffer any injuries. Their bodies were covered with thick scales, which gave them extremely strong defense. Not only the giant armored lions, but also the giant armored snake. It had thick scales, which could resist very strong attacks. They basically all had a similar ability, which was giant armor. The powerful giant armor allowed them to easily resist all kinds of attacks, including attacks from divine star venerables of the same level. It was quite dreadful, and it was equal to a star venerable's armor. There were so many divine star venerable cultivators here. How many of them had star venerable level armor? Even normal star venerable level weapons were pitifully rare, not to mention star venerable level armor, which was even more difficult to obtain. The giant beasts had such an advantage. They could cultivate martial arts techniques and had amazing armor. They really didn't have many opponents at the same level. The two joined forces, and for a moment, Chu Suifeng was forced to retreat. They were too tough. After a fierce attack, the injuries would at most be minor, unless they aimed at their weak points and attacked fiercely. But would they so easily reveal their weak points? Damn it, Chu Suifeng was anxious. If Yi Tianyun died, he wouldn't be any better. Star Venerable Wind God, who was resting in the distance, was already ready to fight. Although his combat power hadn't recovered, he could only brace himself and fight in the current situation. It's time to get rid of your companion. He'll definitely die in the face of the giant armored snake. The giant armored lion attacked while disturbing Chu Suifeng's mentality. Hee, that's right. What's the point of you coming to help? In the end, you'll get yourself killed. It's just the right time to get rid of you, another giant armored lion mocked. Looking at the area surrounded by the giant armored snake, they didn't think that Yi Tianyun could escape. They thought that he would be trapped inside and die. Just when they thought that Yi Tianyun was trapped to death, the snake tail that trapped Yi Tianyun suddenly exploded in all directions. The hard snake scales were like tofu, exploding in all directions, turning into countless fragments that sputtered in all directions. They were like meteorites smashing down one after another. Wherever they went, a huge pit would be formed. This was enough to prove that the snake scales were not as weak as they looked. How is this possible? The giant armored snake let out a blood-curdling screech and quickly dodged to the side. More than half of its body had been blown apart, leaving only the upper half of its body. It looked terrible. Amidst the explosion, a figure appeared in front of everyone. It was Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun was holding 10-star venerable grade weapons in his hands, and he had 8 extra arms behind his back, each holding a star venerable grade weapon. At the same time, he gathered the surging star power around him and poured it into his body. The 10-star venerable level weapons were lit up completely, giving off a dazzling light. How could the giant armored serpent resist such an astonishing battle prowess? Even though the giant armored snake's giant armor was quite hard, Yi Tianyun had 10-star venerable level weapons in his hands. He could hack the giant armored snake to pieces easily. Didn't you think you were tough? Why can't you be tough now? Yi Tianyun chased after it. He wanted to take advantage of its weakness to kill it. 10-star venerable level weapons slashed forward fiercely, creating a colorful whirlwind. 10 different weapons carried different energies. How could the giant armored serpent resist them when they gathered together? The giant armored snake's proudest move and defense had been broken. Seeing Yi Tianyun pouncing at it, it ran away in fear. If it continued like this, it would be cut into pieces and used as a tonic for snake soup. Before the giant armored snake could run far, Yi Tianyun flashed and stopped in front of it. What? You ran away without saying a word. Didn't you say my flesh was tender? Why don't you come and eat it? Yi Tianyun looked down at it, his eyes full of disdain. The giant armored snake's face twitched. It had no idea that Yi Tianyun had so many star venerable level treasures. Besides, it seemed that Yi Tianyun's attacks carried a special power that blew up its tail. Go to hell, stupid practitioner. The giant armored snake opened its mouth and spat out a thick poisonous fog toward Yi Tianyun. Its tail couldn't recover so quickly, but it could still spit out poisonous fog. The poisonous fog it spat out could even melt the void. Many holes appeared in the space around it. The space collapsed. A lot of messy materials were sucked in and turned into nothingness. Yi Tianyun wasn't afraid at all. He quickly waved the 10-star venerable level weapons in his hands, and they turned into a whirlwind that met the thick poisonous fog. After rushing in, the whirlwind smashed the poisonous mist into pieces. Not to mention injuring Yi Tianyun, It couldn't even get close to him, let alone injure him. The 10-star venerable level weapons had already destroyed the poisonous mist. Eteonion rushed through the poisonous fog and went up to the giant armored snake. Then he swung the 10 weapons at its head. The giant armored snake was shocked. It didn't expect its poisonous fog to have no effect on Eteonion at all. Before it could turn around and escape, Eteonion had already swung down and started a crazy slash, cutting the giant armored snake into countless pieces. Even its soul was cut into countless pieces, let alone its body. It couldn't be more dead. Ding! Successfully killed the giant armored snake. Obtained 5 billion star energy points and 3,000 kill points. The venom of the giant armored snake, the scales of the giant armored snake, and the bloodline of the giant armored snake. The divine, star venerable level beast had been killed just like that, without any difficulty at all. Everyone was flabbergasted by the scene. He was dealt with so casually. Eteonion wasn't really that casual. With so many weapons and precise attacks, he could kill anything as long as it wasn't too hard. 10-star venerable level weapons were not to be underestimated. Other cultivators didn't have so many star venerable level weapons. Eteonion had 10-star venerable level weapons now. As long as he didn't deliberately go easy on the snake, he could kill it. After killing the giant armored snake, they turned to look at the 2 giant armored lions. Their hearts trembled. The giant armored snake was about the same level as them. The strength that Eteonion had shown was even better than Chu Suifeng's, especially when they saw the 10-star venerable level weapons. It was really frightening. They hadn't expected Eteonion to have 10-star venerable level weapons. Chapter 2300. The 10-star venerable level weapons in Eteonion's hands danced in the air, and the surrounding void was stirred up. The stars above his head were surging, which looked extremely strange. Even Chu Suifeng was shocked. He didn't expect Eteonion to have such an amazing ability, and he had so many star venerable level treasures. No matter how high one's martial arts skills were, one would still be afraid of a kitchen knife. Even though the two couldn't be compared, having so many treasures could really crush someone to death. Eteonion was the best proof. He only used his own strength without using any unique star Dharma Laksana or star power. He only relied on the divine star venerable's own strength to achieve such an amazing level. This really shocked them. How on earth did he get so many star venerable level weapons? Chu Suifeng thought Eteonion's strength was good, but it wasn't as deep as it had been just now. Just now, Eteonion had attacked him head-on, which had a completely different meaning. It also showed Chu Suifeng Eteonion's strength. Divine, Star Venerable Chu, let's go together. What do you think? Eteonion looked at Chu Suifeng. Facing 2 divine Star Venerables, it would be best to deal with them together. Of course, let's destroy them. Chu Suifeng laughed. The pressure from before had been greatly reduced, and he could finally fight to his heart's content. The next moment, the 2 of them rushed directly at the 2 giant armored lions. The 2 giant armored lions looked at each other and charged over again, clashing with them. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 of them kept exploding, and the surroundings were sent flying again and again. There was no place on the ground that was unscathed. Such a terrifying state was really frightening. The battle between divine star venerables affected a wide range, and they would die without a complete corpse if they weren't careful. After a series of exchanges, the 4 figures retreated one after the other. At the moment, there were many wounds on the 2 giant armored lions, all caused by Eteonion. On the other hand, Eteonion's situation was much better. There was basically no problem. Damn it! The 2 giant armored lions roared. Eteonion's attacks didn't cause any fatal damage to them, but the wounds were still terrible. The knives cut into their flesh, which looked horrible, as if centipedes were growing on them. Blood kept flowing from their bodies, dripping on the ground and dyeing a large area red. In addition, Chu Suifeng's sharp wind blade attacks also left deep marks on them, which were no weaker than Yi Tianyun. It could be said that they had a great advantage. The armored lion was basically in a state of being crushed. Compared to when Chu Suifeng was dealing with them, it was much easier. 2 against 2 would undoubtedly be even easier. The key was that their cultivation was superior to that of the armored lion, so it was easier to deal with it. Dragon! Yi Tianyun didn't give them too much time to catch their breath. He raised his weapon and rushed towards them. His power was raised to the extreme. Chu Suifeng nodded his head and continued to pounce towards the armored lion's side. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that they were still in a good state and kill them all in one go. Mere cultivators. You're the ones who will die. The 2 giant armored lions glanced at each other, and then all their powers merged together, turning into an even larger giant armored lion. The 2 of them actually completely fused together, turning into an even more terrifying giant armored lion. Its body was covered in thick giant armor that was even heavier than before. Regardless of whether it was strength or defense, they were all many times stronger. Vaguely, his aura had already reached the mid-stage divine, star venerable realm. Such a terrifying state startled Chu Suifeng. He had not expected such an improvement. Facing the fused armored lion, Yi Tianyun's expression also became serious. This wasn't an ordinary improvement. It was an obvious and substantial improvement. However, to them, the difficulty was still acceptable. Just as they were about to make a move, 2 beams of light suddenly shrouded them from the side, instantly locking onto the area where they were. Their surroundings were shrouded by a black, devouring power. It was as if an inescapable net had been formed, locking down their range of movement. What's going on? Chu Suifeng was startled. Why were there suddenly so many attacks surrounding them? It's the evil spirit race's reinforcements. Yi Tianyun's expression darkened. As expected, the evil spirit race had come to support them, and it wasn't an ordinary evil spirit race either. Sure enough, a figure appeared in front of them a moment later. A handsome and bewitching man floated in front of them. His hands were covered in black seals, and dense black lines flickered on his palms. The handsome man in front of them was not a cultivator, but an evil spirit race. The evil spirit race had also undergone a complete transformation, and it didn't look like the evil spirit race at all. His eyes were demonic red as he stared at the 2 of them. He licked his lips and said, "What a good fat sheep. You guys are so weak. You can't even stop them like this." The fused, giant, armored lion roared at the handsome man. "Why are you interfering? We can take care of this." "You can take care of it? 1 has already died, and you can still take care of it. Right now, the plan is to end the battle quickly. You guys are dragging your feet." The evil spirit race's divine, Star Venerable said coldly, "Don't talk big. The overall situation is more important. Hurry up and eliminate them now, then rush to the next place." The fused giant armored lion's expression was gloomy, but it still nodded. Now was not the time for them to lose their temper. Soon after, they turned their gazes to Yi Tianyun and fiercely pounced over. They opened their huge mouths and roared. "Die!" Roar. The fused giant armored lion roared, and an extremely powerful sound wave turned into a sharp arrow piercing towards them. Chu Suifeng's expression changed. They were currently enveloped by this black net, and it would take a certain amount of time to break out. Now that they wanted to break out, there was no chance for them to do so. They had to face the terrifying sound wave head-on. Mere 3 divine, Star Venerable's dare to stop me? Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed, and he indicated, Divine Star Venerable Chu, leave this to me. The power gathered in Divine Star Venerable Chu's hand paused for a moment. He didn't know what Etianyan meant. Just as he was about to go all out and completely destroy this place, Etianyan stepped forward. Before he could speak, a huge, unique star Dharma Laksana instantly burst out behind Etianyan. The stars above converged and turned into an extremely thick beam of light that shrouded them. It had as much as 70 cubic meters of star power. It looked down on all heroes, and the whole world trembled. Break for me. The power of the 10-star venerable level weapons was exerted to the extreme. They fiercely slashed forward, and a huge blade light broke forward, splitting the sound wave that was rushing over into two. It also broke the black net in front of it, and at the same time, it slashed towards the giant armored lion. Chapter 2301. After Etianyan unleashed his full strength, his powerful strength easily cut the armored lion into two. It didn't die, and it quickly healed back into a whole body. It was just that its form was much smaller, as if it had shrunk a lot. Originally, this armored lion was in the form of energy. After being injured, it wouldn't die, but it would only be injured. However, according to this situation, if it took a few more slashes, it would definitely be half dead. Divine Star Sovereign Chu, I'll leave that guy to you, and leave this guy to me. Etianyan flew towards the armored lion and left the evil spirit race to Chu Suifeng. This armored lion wasn't easy to deal with. He had to focus on dealing with it. Kill. Etianyan fiercely slashed down again. The heavy slash instantly locked onto the armored lion. The terrifying blade light scared the armored lion into running away. They had never seen such a heaven-defying existence before. They could only turn around and escape, not daring to stop at all. They knew that if they continued to stay, they would definitely die. No matter how unafraid they were of death, they shouldn't play like this. This was simply courting death. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The blade light slashed down again, and the escaping armored lion was once again split into two. After being split into two, it quickly recovered and healed. However, the recovered armored lion shrank a lot again. Etianyan chased after it again, slashing down again and again. His strength seemed to be endless as he slashed down crazily. The armored lion became smaller and smaller. It was no longer as burly as before, and was only the size of a small hill. One had to know that its previous appearance had the shape of a large mountain, which was extremely terrifying. Now, it was the size of a small hill after being slashed by him, and it didn't seem to be threatening at all. Your healing power is quite strong. Then let's slash again. Etianyan slashed down with all his might again, and the terrifying blade light turned into countless light swords, slashing down heavily. When it hit the armored lion again, it let out a miserable cry, and its body was blown into pieces. At this time, the two giant armored lions finally separated, turning back into two heavily injured giant armored lions. Etianyan didn't stop. While they were seriously injured, he waved 10-star venerable level weapons and slashed at them. The result was the same. They were both killed easily. They had been chased everywhere when they were combined. After separating, they couldn't deal with Etianyan at all. It didn't take long for such a terrifying armored lion to be killed. On the other hand, Chu Suifeng had completely suppressed the evil spirit race. He had not been defeated, but it seemed that Chu Suifeng had the absolute advantage. But compared to Etianyan's omnidirectional crushing, it is still too far away. Now it is your turn. Etianyan looked at the evil spirit with cold eyes. Etianyan. Damn it, why is there such a monstrous existence among the cultivators? The evil spirit race's divine, Star Venerable turned around and fled. He didn't dare to stay any longer. The giant armored lion was hacked to death. When Tianyun arrived, he wouldn't be able to escape anymore. You still want to escape? Chu Suifeng snorted and quickly intercepted him. He turned into a hurricane and swept over. The surrounding void was twisted, and the earth and the sky became dark. It felt like they were going to collapse at any time. Wind of destruction. Chu Suifeng used a killer move. The terrifying wind of death enveloped the evil spirit. The evil spirit couldn't escape at all. It tried its best to resist, and the black light net it created was completely destroyed by the wind of destruction. It couldn't even hold on for a few seconds. It was destroyed by the wind of destruction, and even the evil spirit was sent flying. After the wind of destruction disappeared, a figure fell from the sky and hit the ground. The one who fell down was the evil spirit race. He was heavily injured, and his body had been cut into several pieces. He looked terrible. He didn't die, but as long as he continued with another move, he would basically be able to kill this evil spirit race. It could be seen that Chu Suifeng's power wasn't bad. If he went all out, he could easily suppress a star venerable. Die. Chu Suifeng couldn't let Tianyun be the only one in the limelight. No matter what, he had to put in some effort. If he just watched from the side, he would lose face. No matter what, he was a star venerable at the middle stage. If he was weaker than Tianyun, he would lose face. Star Venerable Chu, wait a moment. Let me do it. Tianyun gestured for Chu Suifeng to wait. He quickly went to the evil spirit's side, grabbed the evil spirit's head, and started searching his soul. The armored lion's memories didn't change, so he didn't bother to search his soul. The evil spirit's memories were different. It was about the evil spirit's situation, so he had to search it carefully. After searching for a while, he crushed the evil spirit's head and sent it to hell. He didn't even listen to the evil spirit's last words and crushed it. What you used just now was the soul-searching technique. Chu Suifeng looked similar, but not quite. More or less, it's a similar move. Tianyun didn't explain too much, but his expression became more and more serious. The evil spirit race has indeed changed a lot, and the number of evil spirit race that has descended in this area is also not small. What's going on? Chu Suifeng's expression became serious. He couldn't search his soul anymore, so he could only listen to what Tianyun had to say. It's a very simple situation. The evil spirit race is like the giant beast race. They are both self-evolving. They both used an extremely evil cultivation technique to transform themselves, and they also crazily extracted the star power of heaven and earth, as well as the blood essence of various living beings to achieve this. This isn't the key. The key is that they all moved out, and their goal hasn't changed. It's still to break the seal. It's just that breaking the seal has changed a little. Tianyun's gaze was serious, even more serious than before. What kind of transformation technique? Aren't they all about breaking the seal? Chu Suifeng asked doubtfully. Yes, they're all about breaking the seal. It's just that their main goal isn't to break the seal, but to seal the seal. Tianyun pointed to the stars above his head and said in a deep voice, "They want to seal the star Dharma idol above us, and thus prevent us from using it. At worst, it will greatly weaken our strength. At that time, our star Dharma idol's advantage will be gone. What do you think our chances of winning are?" Chapter 23:02. Tianyun's words shocked Chu Suifeng slightly. This was not a simple matter, but a very serious matter. They can do this. Chu Suifeng didn't quite believe it. The stars above were so vast and powerful, yet they could still seal them? That's the initial idea. I'm not sure if they can really do it. At least they really have a similar method and are already setting it up. Once it's set up, it will either be completely sealed Or, as Divine Star Venerate Chu said, they won't be able to seal it, but it might weaken our effects. Tianyun said in a deep voice, it will become quite troublesome if they can weaken it. At least, our advantage will become quite small. Even if the effect was weakened by 20%, it would be scary enough. There were originally only 40 to 50 cubic meters of star power. Weakening it by 20% was equivalent to losing 10 cubic meters of star power. This was quite a serious matter. Originally, when dealing with the giant beast race of the same level, with the help of star power, they would either have a slight advantage or barely be on par. Now that the star Dharma body was suppressed, their strength would be greatly reduced. It was basically impossible for them to defeat the giant beasts. However, correspondingly, after the seal, the green demon race and the evil spirit race would not be able to use the star aspect. However, they didn't care too much. Anyway, it was fine as long as all the cultivators couldn't use it. After all, in terms of numbers, there would definitely be many cultivators. They would be at a disadvantage if they couldn't use it, but if all the cultivators couldn't use it, it would be even worse. Especially if they cooperated with the giant beast race, they could suppress the cultivators. At the Divine Star Venerate level, they would really be invincible. The top has to seal, and the bottom has to break the seal. If we do both at the same time, which side can we take into account? Chu Suifeng shook his head and smiled bitterly. They were already grinning from ear to ear if they could take care of their clans. They still had to surround them to seal the star aspect, which was even more difficult. At the end of the day, the forces here were still too weak. Their cultivations were all on the low side, and the Divine Star Venerates were too few. It was too difficult to deal with them. We can only take care of the seals of the great clans. If the seals are broken, it will be too late. Tianyun felt that the formation eye was more important. If he released dozens of Divine Star Venerables, even he would find it hard to resist. At the very least, with his current cultivation, it was impossible for him to withstand it. If his cultivation state were to continue increasing, he might be able to fend off these colossal beasts. However, from the looks of it, there was still a long way to go. The amount of star energy he lacked was astonishing. If he wanted to break through to the mid-stage Divine Star Venerable realm, he would have to kill a few more Divine Star Venerable beasts to be satisfied. It wasn't a large number, but it was still something that needed to be killed. That's all we can do. I hope their plan fails. Can they really seal such a huge star region? Chu Suifeng looked at the stars above and was in a trance with their divine Star Venerable cultivation. How could they do this? Tianyun felt that they could do it. Wasn't it the same when they first came up from the lower realm? They had been sealed layer by layer and were greatly restricted. Although it wasn't on the same level as the stars above the seal, there was at least a chance of success. Since the evil spirit race dared to think this way, there must be a chance of success. Otherwise, why would they be so reckless? Shortly after, they arrived at the Feng family's side. Star Venerable Feng Shun's condition had improved a lot, but he was still seriously injured. It would take a long time for him to recover. Thank you for your help. Without your help, our Feng family would definitely have been destroyed. Star Venerable Feng Shun smiled bitterly and looked back at his family. It was now a mess, and a large area had been destroyed. It would take a long time for them to recover. Helping the Feng family is actually helping us. Tianyun told Star Venerable Feng Shun about the general situation. After Star Venerable Feng Shun learned about it, his face darkened. He hadn't expected such a thing to happen. So that's how it is. It seems like our Feng family's tribulation has just begun. Star Venerable Feng Shun smiled bitterly again. As long as the area they were in was still the location of the formation, they would continue to be attacked fiercely until the formation I was destroyed. Star Venerable Fengshen, what do you think? Chu Suifeng said in a deep voice. Either you retreat from this place and cooperate with our Chu clan to guard this place, or you defend this place to your death and gather some other factions to guard this place. Otherwise, once we leave this place, there will definitely be other giant beasts attacking. It is impossible to give up our Feng family. Even if we fight to the end, we will not leave this place. Star Venerable Fengshen said with a firm look, Of course, we will not sit still and wait for death. I will gather the surrounding forces to gather here. If they don't have the formation, they will still move here. If we collectively guard this place, the effect will be much better. As a big force, the Feng family must have many vassal forces. Even if their forces were not as strong as theirs, they could at least play a little role if they were gathered. As for moving away, it was impossible. This place was their root. Unless they had no other choice, they would not choose to leave. All right then, since Star Venerable Fengshen has such an idea, we won't say anything more. Yi Tianyan nodded and was ready to leave with Chu Suifeng to the next big family. They were now wandering around to see if there were any divine, Star Venerable beasts to kill along the way. It was not easy to encounter them if they stayed here. There were definitely very few people who could act like them, who didn't stay in their family, who would leave like them, which was equivalent to putting their own family in danger. However, they were also trying to save themselves. Chu Suifeng knew the situation, so he came out to help. They would be safe if they dealt with these divine, Star Venerable beasts outside. Moreover, he had already made arrangements. If something unexpected happened, he would go back immediately. Presumably, Yi Tianyan would also go back with him. All right then, thank you both. As long as we get through this, I will definitely be there if you need my help with anything. Star Venerable Fengshen cupped his fists and expressed his gratitude. If it weren't for them, they would really be done for. After saying goodbye, the two of them left the Feng family and went directly to the next big family. Next, we will go to the Luo family. This is basically the seal of the last family. Yi Tianyan's face was solemn. They had finished one round. Chapter 2303. Yi Tianyan and Chu Suifeng immediately flew to the Hong clan's area. Like the Feng clan, the Hong clan didn't participate in the fight for the purple gold divinity pavilion. Therefore, Yi Tianyan didn't dislike this force. However, the Feng clan and the Hong clan both chose not to participate in the fight for the purple gold divinity pavilion. The purple gold divinity pavilion was obviously rich in treasures. Even a big family, like the Chu clan, was so enthusiastic. One could imagine how tempting the purple gold divinity pavilion was. Unfortunately, all the treasures were taken by Yi Tianyan. Even the purple gold divinity pavilion was taken away. If people found out, it would be really infuriating. Of course, with Yi Tianyan's current strength, they could only swallow their anger and accept it. Soon, they flew to the Hong clan's area. From afar, they could see that the situation was terrible. The Hong clan's area was completely shrouded in a black fog. There were no signs of fighting. As they approached, their expressions changed. It wasn't that there was no fighting at the Hong clan's area, but that the fighting had already ended. As far as the eye could see, the Hong residents had already been flattened to the ground. There was even a huge crater in the central area. One could vaguely see a few star patterns on the side, but they had already been completely destroyed, leaving only a few star patterns. This meant that the array below the Hong clan had been destroyed. From the density of the surrounding star power, they could feel that the array had been destroyed. The originally dense star power had become very ordinary, no different from the area outside. Many people are still alive. They quickly flew down. Many of them were paralyzed on the ground, seriously injured, and on the verge of death. Some of them were slightly better off, only slightly injured. Most of them ended up dead. This was too tragic. It could be said that the Hong clan had been destroyed. So many elite disciples were gone. Even if there were some genius disciples left, the Hong clan's foundation was gone. It would be extremely difficult for them to rise again. They waved their hands and saved some of the injured disciples. With the power of divine star venerables, they could not completely recover, but they could still survive. After recovering, they first expressed their gratitude, but most of them were filled with despair and unwillingness. Their eyes were lifeless, and there was not the slightest bit of life. Now that their clan was gone, where would they go? Back in the day, the Hong family had been an extremely glorious existence. Many of them were still alive, but the situation was terrible. The patriarch and the like were all gone. How could they rebuild the Hong family? Tianyun looked at their empty eyes and sighed deeply. Without their spiritual support, what motivation did they have? There were still quite a number of people alive. When the giant beasts attacked, their main priority was to destroy the formation core. Everything else was trivial. I'm afraid it will be difficult for the Hong family to rise again. Chu Suifeng sighed and looked around. It was a tragic sight. The Hong clan's clan leader and the secluded old ancestor behind him are all dead. This was the tragic state of the Hong family, but they could only endure it. Just as he finished speaking, Chu Suifeng's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "They're attacking again. They're attacking our Chu clan in a frenzy." When Chu Suifeng wanted to rush back, Tianyun stopped him and said, "Divine Star Venerate Chu, let me bring you back. Your speed isn't slow, but if you let me bring you back, it will be faster." Chu Suifeng was stunned. After thinking for a while, he nodded and said, "All right, what should I do?" "Come into my space." Tianyun didn't waste any time and gestured for Chu Suifeng to enter his space. He knew that Chu Suifeng's speed wasn't slow. It could even be said to be quite shocking. He originally had the power of wind. Whether it was escaping or attacking, his speed was extremely shocking. Chu Suifeng's speed was shocking. He could also travel through the void and fly to the Chu clan, but he would need at least 2 hours to arrive. This speed was already shocking, but it was still too slow. In a situation where there were many experts, 2 hours was enough to turn the Hong family into a state like this. "All right." Chu Suifeng nodded and entered Tianyun's space. Normally, entering someone else's space was a big taboo. Just as Chu Suifeng entered, Tianyun waved his hand and disappeared on the spot. In the next moment, they appeared above the Chu clan. No matter how fast Chu Suifeng's speed was, it was definitely not as fast as his teleportation divine stone. In the blink of an eye, he brought Chu Suifeng above the Chu clan. With a wave of his hand, Chu Suifeng came out of the space. Chu Suifeng was a little confused. He had just entered, so why did he let him out again? When he saw the situation in front of him, clearly, he was instantly dumbfounded. In just a breath's time, they had arrived at the Chu clan. However, he didn't ask much. When he saw the situation in front of him, he suddenly flew into a rage. "I knew you would sneak attack. I'll kill as many as you come." In front of them, the Chu clan was being attacked by 4 divine star venerables crazily. They aimed at the Chu clan's protective shield and smashed it. In just a short while, the protective shield had serious cracks. If this continued, it would soon be broken. The strength of these 4 divine star venerable behemoths was simply too great. Just by smashing it with pure strength, they were able to shatter the barrier. Apart from the 4 divine star venerables of the giant beast race, there were no other divine star venerables. The evil spirit race and the green demon race had probably gone to seal the star Dharma Laksana. When Chu Suifeng saw them destroying his clan, he immediately erupted with all his strength. He turned into a black wind of death and pounced forward, fighting with the 4 divine star venerables. Yi Tianyan didn't stop either. He once again summoned 10 star venerable level weapons, and at the same time summoned the 8-colored Emperor Dragon. The 8-colored Emperor Dragon could be said to have added another kind of thunder power, allowing him to have a stronger mastery of thunder power. Rumble! The weapons that Yi Tianyan mastered had 8 different attributes. It could be said that as long as the other party's attributes weren't too extreme, he could restrain them all as they charged over. The 4 divine star venerate behemoths quickly turned around and fought them. Since the other party had sent people over, they could only accept the challenge. Little did they know that these 2 great killing gods had killed many divine star venerables. However, they didn't know about it. They thought that they had enough numbers and could suppress them. They didn't expect that when they started fighting, some of their companions would be killed in the blink of an eye and dismembered by Yi Tianyan. Such battle prowess had frightened all of them. How could there be such a monstrous cultivator? How could there be no message? They all had the same thought. With such a terrifying cultivator, they should have received the message. However, they had just discovered such a monstrous cultivator. Chapter 2304. Yi Tianyan and Chu Suifeng charged over in a frenzy, especially Yi Tianyan, who was basically invincible, who could resist his violent power and the support of 10 star venerable level weapons. In a short while, 2 divine star venerable giant beasts had been easily killed. Chu Suifeng had also killed a divine star venerable giant beast. This was rather terrifying. Killing divine star venerable beasts was as easy as drinking water. Chu Suifeng's understanding of Yi Tianyan was once again fiercely refreshed. He had already been greatly shocked before. Now that he saw Yi Tianyan cutting down divine star venerable beasts as easily as chopping melons and vegetables, he felt a little dizzy. He had gone all out, but he had only seriously injured his opponent. He had not succeeded in killing him. This was where the gap was. It made him suspect that Yi Tianyan was only at the mid-stage divine star venerable level, while he was only at the early stage divine star venerable level. Too terrifying. What kind of guy is this? Where did he come from? The divine star venerable giant beasts retreated in fear. They were really frightened by Yi Tianyan to the point that they couldn't take the initiative to attack anymore. If this continued, how could they fight? Quick, retreat. Retreat first. They didn't dare to continue thinking about it. They turned around and fled. If they continued to stay there, they would die. They cursed inwardly. The information they had sent their subordinates to collect was not complete. How could there be a fish that slipped through the net? And it was the biggest one at that. Who would have thought that such a powerful existence would appear? The information they had collected previously showed that he was at most at the mid-stage divine, star venerable level. In order to deal with Chu Suifeng, they had sent more divine star venerable powerhouses this time. Who would have thought that they would be slaughtered so badly? Therefore, they could only change their target and temporarily escape. When the time came, they would gather all their strength and attack again. Can you escape? Yi Tianyan's gaze turned cold. Since they had attacked, they could forget about escaping. He had set up many teleportation points here. No matter where they fled to, they could be intercepted in an instant. It wouldn't be a problem for them to run for a while and then chase after them. Swish! Yi Tianyan turned into a beam of light and chased after him. A terrifying bolt of lightning pierced through the void. With the support of the power of lightning, his speed had increased by several times, so it was easy for him to catch up to them. Almost in an instant, they arrived in front of the divine star venerable behemoth and took out their weapons, cutting the physique that they were so proud of into pieces. He easily finished harvesting the last two divine, star venerable beasts. After killing the two divine, star venerable beasts, Eteonion heaved a sigh of relief. It was finally over for the time being. These divine, star venerable giant beasts could be killed one less. According to his memory, there were only 8 divine, star venerable giant beasts. Now that they had killed most of them, it could be said that there was nothing left. The only ones left were the other divine, star venerables of the evil spirit race. It's over. Eteonion turned his head to look at the other major star venerable beasts. They didn't matter anymore. Chu Suifeng, and the others could easily take care of them. Tianyan divine, star venerable, you're really amazing. I even suspect that you're in the late stage of the divine, star venerable realm. Otherwise, how could you explode with such great power? Chu Suifeng flew over. He was shocked by Etienne's power. Fortunately, they were allies. Otherwise, he suspected that he would have been cut into pieces, especially when he saw the 10-star venerable level treasures. They were really invincible. If he could also hold 10-star venerable level weapons, it wouldn't be more effective than Etienne's, but at least it would be much easier to deal with them. I'm relying on my weapons. If I didn't have so many powerful weapons, I wouldn't have been able to deal with them so easily. Eteonion was modest. However, he was right. Weapons played a big part. That's true. Without great power, you can't use all the weapons' power. Chu Suifeng shook his head and went to deal with the other giant beasts. Overall, it wasn't difficult. The Chu family's defense hadn't been broken in the first place. Plus, the Chu family had many major star venerables. After they came out, it wasn't difficult to deal with them. However, Eteonion felt a burning gaze staring at him from the side. This person was none other than Jing Xian. Jing Xian's gaze became hotter and hotter as she looked at him, as if she wanted to eat him up. Young master, thank you for saving the Chu family again. If it weren't for you, the Chu family would have suffered great damage. Jing Xian flew over and said gratefully, but the Chu family doesn't have any reward. Why don't I marry you? This, Miss Jing Xian, I already said that I have a wife. Thank you for your kindness. Eteonion laughed dryly. Jing Xian was getting more and more daring. Her words almost made him choke. It's not a big deal for me to be a concubine. Jing Xian was throwing herself at him. Her eyes were filled with passion. She really wanted to understand Etienne's situation. So, marrying him was undoubtedly the best choice. Forget it. Thank you for your kindness. Eteonion quickly waved his hand. His expression had never changed when facing so many giant beasts. Facing her like this was really frightening. Young master, won't you consider it? I'm not as good as your wife, but I think I can be of great help to you. Whether it's my appearance or other abilities, I can help you. Jing Xian's beautiful eyes were shining with passion. There was no lust, just pure worship. I will consider it. Eteonion laughed dryly. Instead of directly rejecting her, it was better to pretend to consider it. That way, he could explain less. If he kept rejecting her, she would definitely pester him. He didn't know why Jing Xian was so passionate, but it was not a good thing for him. Then, young master, you have to consider it carefully. Jing Xian smiled. The passion in her eyes did not diminish. The rest of the Chu family pretended not to see it. Jing Xian could do whatever she wanted. They couldn't wait for Jing Xian to marry Eteonion. Just when they thought that things were over for the time being, the ground suddenly rumbled, as if something had been broken. Zhu family's formation core has been destroyed. At this moment, Chu Suifeng hurried over. The token in his hand was flickering. It seemed that he had received the latest news. Zhu family's formation core has been destroyed. Etienne's face sank. Didn't they already kill many divine, star venerable beasts? How could they still have the strength to attack the Zhu family? Then I'll go take a look. Chapter 2305. After being teleported, Etienne instantly arrived above the Zhu family. Everything had happened without warning. It had only been a short while, yet the Zhu family's formation core had already been destroyed. No matter what, the Zhu family's divine, Star Venerate wasn't trash. His cultivation was the same as Chu Suifeng's, a mid-stage divine, Star Venerate. If anyone wanted to deal with him, they would have to pay a huge price. Even if they could deal with him, Star Venerate Candle God should have been able to call for help. But now, there was no distress signal at all, and the formation eye was destroyed. When he arrived, he found out what was going on. What came into view were 7 or 8 terrifying mid-stage divine, Star Venerate beasts wreaking havoc in the Zhu family. They had basically flattened the Zhu family. As for Star Venerate Candle God, he had already died in the ruins. What's going on? When he saw the 7 or 8 divine Star Venerate beasts, his eyes narrowed. The appraisal eye quickly revealed the other party's information, primordial beasts. These beasts had the purest beasts' bloodlines, which meant that they weren't beasts of this era, but beasts from the primordial era. He could still feel the terrifying power from their bodies. Due to the purest bloodline power, the power they could erupt with was even stronger than the giant beasts he had evolved into. However, in terms of overall strength, the evolved beasts were definitely stronger. The evolved beasts could not only use martial arts, but they could also use weapons. In all aspects, they were indeed stronger than the primordial beasts. It was just that the primordial beasts were powerful and numerous, so the Zhu family was easily flattened. Could it be that they escaped from the seal? Etienne had a general idea of what was going on. There was only one possibility, and that was that they had escaped from the seal. If they had always existed, the divine Star Venerate would have long since had they existed. Therefore, the only possibility was that they had escaped from the seal. In a situation where the array eye was destroyed, the seal would definitely become very weak. It was very normal for giant beasts to rush up from below. Now that another formation core had been destroyed, it meant that more beasts would rush up from below. Roar! They immediately noticed Etienne and roared at him before pouncing towards him. 8 primordial giant beasts charged forward at once, and their cultivations were all at the divine, Star Venerable middle stage. They were truly incomparably powerful. No wonder the Zhu family was flattened. With this kind of power, who could resist? Not to mention the Zhu family, even the Chu family would be easily trampled. Kill! Etienne took a deep breath and gathered all his strength. Crazy mode, activate. Burning heavens set, activate. Star Dharma idol, activate. All of Etienne's power was unleashed. Facing 8 ancient beasts, he didn't dare to be careless at all, especially when they pounced at him without the slightest hesitation. How could he dare to relax? As the 8-colored Emperor Dragon erupted, layers of star aspect began to flash behind it. High up in the sky, a red halo suddenly appeared, followed by a heavenly star scarlet wolf galloping down. Terrifying flames engulfed the surroundings, dyeing the sky red. This was the unique star aspect that Etienne had previously obtained. After he used it, his strength increased greatly, and a thick layer of flame shell appeared on his body. Apart from flames, the effect of the heavenly star scarlet wolf was also a kind of sharp speed. Red fur began to emerge all over his body, and his eyes turned red. The flames around him began to condense. It could be said that all the flames in this area were under his control. Compared to the fire attribute that the 8-colored Emperor Dragon could control, it was much stronger. The heavenly star Scarlet Wolf specialized in controlling the power of flames, and it was the Emperor of Flames. As the flames condensed, Eteonyan was like the Emperor of Flames. The flames surrounding him could burn through the void. Apart from the heavenly star Scarlet Wolf, he also stacked the Starlight Deity and the others that he had previously obtained. Facing so many giant beasts, he had to be cautious. Terrifying energies layered on top of each other. These giant ancient beasts were not afraid at all, and they still charged over, as if they had seen nothing. This was the reason why Eteonyan had gone all out. Besides terrifying power, these giant ancient beasts were not afraid of any power, and they would fight until the end. As long as they were still breathing, they would keep fighting back. Therefore, he had to use his strongest power directly to kill them all in one breath. Otherwise, it would be his turn to die. After using his power, he flew over immediately. 10 Star Venerable level weapons were thrown over at these giant ancient beasts. He flickered in the air like a ghost, and in the next second, he appeared in front of one of the giant ancient beasts. He slashed at it fiercely with his 10 knives. Numerous wounds appeared on the giant ancient beast immediately. It seemed that there were only 10 weapons, but when he slashed at it, there were countless knife radiances flying toward the giant ancient beast. The giant ancient beast was heavily injured by the terrifying knife attack. After letting out a cry, it fell. With a dong sound, it fell heavily on the ground and created a deep pit. This giant ancient beast was not dead. It was only heavily injured. If it had been the divine Star Venerable giant beast he had dealt with before, it would have been killed by a single knife attack. It had to be said that the bodies of the giant ancient beasts were really tough. They were not on the same level at all. However, Eteonyan did not stop. He immediately chased after it. Before the other giant ancient beasts could catch up, he turned into a red shooting star and smashed it heavily. Boom! The giant ancient beast that had smashed on the ground was completely killed. It turned into a bloody mist and exploded on the ground. It was relatively easy for him to kill an ancient giant beast just like that. He had attacked it fiercely with all his strength. If he still could not kill it like that, it would be really difficult. Roar! The giant ancient beasts behind him were not afraid when they saw their companions killed. Instead, they were completely infuriated. All of a sudden, they were like tens of thousands of horses galloping in the air. The whole world was shaking because of them. Their violent power was too nature-defying. It was enough to shake the whole world by relying on pure power. It's time to end you. Eteonyan's gaze turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, "Break through." Ding! After deducting star energy, you have successfully broken through to the mid-stage divine, Star Venerable realm. After killing the giant ancient beast, he had finally accumulated enough star energy, which meant that he could finally break through. Facing so many giant ancient beasts, breaking through was undoubtedly the best way to strengthen his own power. Sure enough, after breaking through, he felt his power increase greatly. The star power above his head once again rushed up violently. Star power from 5 directions. Chapter 2306. After the breakthrough, Eteonyan's basic values had increased greatly, and his explosive power had increased even more. Boom! The ancient giant beasts that were attacking Eteonyan were sent flying. There were 4 ancient giant beasts that were attacking Eteonyan, and they were like 4 terrifying mountains that were pressing down on Eteonyan. However, it was not Eteonyan who had been sent flying, but the 4 ancient giant beasts. After they had been sent flying, the worst one had been seriously injured, while the lightest one had many deep cuts on his body. In just a single exchange, 4 ancient giant beasts were sent flying. On the other hand, Eteonyun had only been slightly injured, but he was still ferocious. 10 Star Venerable level treasures were not easy to deal with. Most importantly, his cultivation had not broken through for nothing. He had just sent 4 ancient giant beasts flying, and he was about to confront 3 more. However, the result was the same. Eteonyun still dashed over. After another fierce attack, the 3 ancient giant beasts had also been sent flying. This time, the situation was even more tragic. One of the ancient giant beasts had been dismembered. It was not completely dead, but it had been seriously injured and had basically lost its fighting capacity. The other 2 ancient giant beasts had also been sent flying. They fell on the ground like giant meteorites and created a giant pit. They were also in a terrible situation. Their bodies were full of wounds, and some of the wounds had almost cut them into pieces. They had been sent flying by Eteonyun after 2 successive attacks. On the other hand, he had only been slightly injured. His dreadful power had shocked the giant beasts around him. Even the ancient giant beasts, who had not been afraid of death, looked frightened, let alone the giant beasts around him. The cultivator in front of them had confronted them head-on without any tricks, and they had been defeated. Compared to the previous attacks, he was much stronger, which was incredible to them. Growl! The 8-colored emperor dragon's growls shook the sky and the earth. Their growls spread far and wide, and their eyes were filled with fear and anger. Although the 5-colored emperor dragon had changed a lot, it was still the foundation of the 5-colored emperor dragon. Therefore, they could all recognize that the one in front of them was their mortal enemy from a long time ago. Unexpectedly, the fear that had dominated them in the past had descended upon them once again. Die! Die! They were a little afraid of Eteonyun's power, but they had been sealed for so many years they couldn't just run away like that, and they couldn't possibly not attack their enemy. Therefore, after they roared in anger, they once again pounced towards Eteonyun. Even though they were covered in wounds, they still charged towards Eteonyun. This was enough to show how furious they were. No matter how strong Eteonyun was, they would still attack him. Haha, good timing. Eteonyun's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. In his current state, he would kill as many as they came. Killing a few more would allow him to obtain a generous amount of star energy, allowing him to continue raising his cultivation to the late stage of the divine, star venerable realm. There were so many powerful ancient beasts in front of him. They were like plump sheep that he was more than happy to harvest. He really didn't care about giant beasts with low cultivation. They didn't have much value to him. Boom! Eteonyun clashed with them again, and quite a few ancient beasts were sent flying. One of them was easily killed by Eteonyun. Boom! Eteonyun clashed with them again, and successfully killed another ancient beast. Every time he clashed with them, he would successfully kill an ancient beast. 1, 2, 3. The ancient beasts were killed one after another, and they became more and more afraid. Their cultivation was clearly the same. So why was there such a huge difference? They were ancient beasts, and after being sealed underground for so many years, not only had they not become weaker, but they had also become stronger. Hatred made them stronger and more terrifying. However, this kind of power couldn't cause any trouble in front of Eteonyun. They would only be defeated one by one. When he killed the last ancient beast, it revealed a look of fear. This time, it really didn't have any will to fight anymore. Its companions were all dead, and it was the only ancient beast left. Its body was full of wounds, and it couldn't even fight back. You're the last one left. It's time to end this battle. Eteonyun exhaled. He had finally cleared this place, and there was only one ancient beast left in front of him. Immediately, he turned into a flowing light and fiercely attacked. With a dong, the ancient beast was completely killed. 8 incomparably powerful ancient giant beasts were successfully killed just like that. Most importantly, under the situation where their cultivation was the same, he was able to crush them. This was what the ancient beasts couldn't understand. They had always been proud of their strength, but who knew that in front of Tianyan, it was as if they had lost their power. He easily broke through their defenses, and terrifying power surged in through their wounds and exploded in their bodies. This kind of terrifying power was difficult for them to resist, especially the power of the 8-colored emperor dragon and the star scarlet wolf. They were the real main force. It's over. Tianyan looked around. Many giant beasts had retreated out of fear. None of them had the nerve to approach such a killing god. Just when he thought everything was over, the ground suddenly began to shake. In the distance, a huge pillar of light suddenly appeared, and a group of huge figures emerged from it. As expected, they came out again. These figures must be the ancient giant beasts. The Zhu family's formation had been destroyed, and the seal had also loosened a bit. Naturally, more ancient giant beasts would come out. After the ancient giant beasts came out, they roared and dashed over. They had all sensed that their companions had been killed. How could they let go of Tianyan? Therefore, as soon as they came out, they pounced on Tianyan, intending to trample him flat. Good timing. I'll kill as many as you come. Tianyan's eyes were ice cold. He was holding 10 star venerable level weapons in his hands. At the moment, many of the sharp blades of the 10-star level weapons were cracked. It could be seen how hard those giant beasts were. If they had not been strengthened by power, they would have been broken by just hacking. Heavenly Cloud Divine, Star Venerable, we're here to help you. At this moment, some familiar figures flew over. They were Mei Qing Divine, Star Venerable Zhan Yilan, and the others. They had helped their own forces, so they naturally had to hurry over. They didn't have formation eyes, so they could leave their forces temporarily to help the cartoon. The Chu family and the Feng family couldn't come for the time being. They would rather stay in their families than come. Chapter 23:07. Tianyan nodded when he saw so many divine star venerates coming to help. Although their cultivations were not very high, he still admired them for having this kind of awareness. Finally, there was a batch of powerful beings that could stand against the colossal beast race. This time, it's not so simple. Those are ancient beasts that have been sealed underground for a long time. It's extremely difficult to deal with them. You have to be careful. Tianyan reminded them, use your movement techniques to avoid them. Don't fight them head-on. Tianyan can play like this, but if they play like this, it's very easy for them to die. Not only were their cultivation bases low, but their physiques weren't as strong as the giant beasts. We all know this. We'll try our best to resist some ancient beasts and share some of the pressure for you. The only one with real combat power is you. Divine Star Venerate Mei Qing smiled bitterly. They had been watching Tianyan's battle from the sidelines. They wanted to come over and help, but seeing Tianyan fight so freely, they didn't dare to come over and help. Sometimes, helping would only make things worse. It was better to watch from the sidelines and take action when they were needed at the critical moment. If they casually interfered, it would only become more and more chaotic, and they would end up making a fool of themselves. Now that they had come over, they were purely helping. They would intercept as many beasts as they could. It was better than just watching from the sidelines. It had to be said that Tianyan's growth speed exceeded divine Star Venerate Mei Qing's expectations. At first, he was full of resentment towards Tianyan, feeling that his freedom was restricted. Now, it seemed that as long as he hung out with Yi Tianyun, he would be able to live a good life. Yi Tianyun's growth speed had surpassed him in an instant. Wouldn't he break through to the late-stage divine, star venerate after a while? In that case, it wouldn't be him protecting Yi Tianyun, but Yi Tianyun protecting him. Yes, this is the only way. Yi Tianyun shook his head. Scarlet Moon Planet's situation was too terrible. There weren't many divine star venerables, and the truly powerful divine star venerables had all left Scarlet Moon Planet. They didn't know that there was such a bomb buried in Scarlet Moon Planet, so they all left Scarlet Moon Planet. If he knew, he probably wouldn't have left. Of course, there would definitely be some who would leave. It was already difficult for them to improve in this place. Continuing to stay here was just a waste of time. If all the divine star venerates returned, then they wouldn't be the only ones resisting. There would be a large group of divine star venerates. At that time, he would be able to crush these giant beasts. Now, they could only hand it over to Yi Tianyun. However, he was more than happy to take care of this. This was a large amount of star energy, so how could he let this opportunity slip by? Roar! A group of ancient beasts rushed over, their numbers increasing. 1, 2, 3. This time, there were even more of them than the first batch. In the end, they saw a total of 12 of them. Facing such a terrifying aura, even divine star venerates like them couldn't help but turn pale. This aura was too powerful, much stronger than theirs. The most terrifying thing was that among these 12 ancient beasts, one of them had a cultivation as strong as a late-stage divine, star venerate. This was heaven-defying. They were all mid-stage divine star venerates, which was already extremely frightening. Now, a late-stage divine, star venerate ancient beast had appeared. This was simply terrifying. Late-stage divine star venerate, as expected, Yi Tianyun's gaze turned cold. He knew that the ancient beasts sealed underground definitely had late-stage divine star venerate existences. With so many mid-stage divine star venerate ancient beasts, it was impossible that there weren't late-stage divine star venerate ancient beasts, right? Fortunately, there was only one late-stage divine star venerate ancient beast. If there were any more, it would be quite troublesome. Just as they were preparing to fight to the death, beams of light suddenly rushed out from underground and enveloped these ancient beasts. Beasts, don't be impudent. Following that, the ground began to split open, and huge coffins popped out from underground. Following that, the coffins exploded, and figures appeared in front of everyone. These people looked like cultivators, but their bodies were clearly corpses. There was not a trace of blood on them, nor was there any aura of life. After they popped out, they immediately erupted with their strongest power, enveloping these ancient beasts and easily locking them in place. Yi Tianyun's gaze swept across them. These powerhouses that rushed out were all mid-stage divine star venerates, and there were even late-stage divine star venerates. Moreover, there were a total of 8 of them. After they appeared, they immediately locked onto a large group of divine star venerate ancient beasts. Among them, the late-stage divine star venerate ancient beasts were completely trapped, unable to escape from the light beams for the time being. Lord, 5-colored emperor dragons, inheritor, as they sealed the beasts, they turned to look at Yi Tianyun and revealed gratified smiles. Yi Tianyun also looked at them, feeling a little more shocked in his heart. The cultivation of these reinforcements wasn't weak. However, they weren't truly living people, but living dead. After they appeared, they began to burn their own lives. After this battle, they would die completely. They were sealing their last bit of life to maintain themselves until now. This method was probably done by people who were about to die, using a secret technique to seal themselves in a coffin while they still had one breath left. When they were needed, they would come out of the coffin and burn their last bit of life. In the end, the Death Clan was the kind that couldn't be saved. Burning one's soul like that couldn't be resurrected. However, they had chosen such an extreme method in order to suppress these ancient giant beasts. There were so many ancient beasts that they couldn't easily kill before they were sealed. They could only choose to seal them and wait for experts to appear in the future to kill them, who knew that as time passed, this matter would gradually be forgotten. Who would still remember this matter? As a result, after the eruption, there were no more experts to support them. Inheritor of the five-colored Emperor Dragon, how about fighting together? One of the handsome men smiled at him. Of course, no problem. Eteonian smiled and charged forward with them. It wasn't just him. Divine Star Venerate Mei Qing and the others also charged forward. With so many experts helping them, at least the pressure wouldn't be as great as before. Ancient beasts, this is our final battle. Even if we die, we'll drag you to hell with us. They roared angrily, their auras soaring into the sky as they charged toward the ancient beasts. Chapter 2308. With the help of powerhouses, Eteonion's burden was undoubtedly much easier. Even without the help of these powerhouses, Eteonion believed that he could still get rid of them. The problem was that it would take a lot of time. If the other party swarmed over, and there were even late-stage divine, Star Venerable ancient behemoths interfering, they would not be easy to deal with. They would have to wander around in order to kill them one by one. Things were different now. He had a lot of help. This way, Eteonion could deal with them one by one, which would undoubtedly be much easier and faster. This way, he could get rid of these divine, Star Venerable ancient behemoths as quickly as possible. Roar! These ancient behemoths roared and madly rammed the light screen, trapping them, trying to escape from it. But how could the light screen set up by these divine generals be so easily broken? Apart from the late-stage divine, Star Venerable ancient behemoth, the others would have to expend some effort to break it. Dong, dong, dong! As the late-stage divine, Star Venerable ancient behemoth madly rammed into it, the light screen trapping it began to crack like a spider web. Under the continuous barrage of attacks, the light curtain finally shattered with a loud bang. Kill! I'll kill you all! The late-stage divine, Star Venerable ancient behemoth spat out the human language and charged toward the divine generals with bloodshot eyes. When enemies met, their eyes would burn with hatred, especially when they were enemies from the ancient times. This hatred had been suppressed for a long time. When the two met, they immediately started fighting. This time, let us properly settle old scores and finish our unfinished battle. The divine generals were in high spirits and charged toward the ancient behemoth without hesitation. Their morale was at its highest. Boom! The battle started quickly. They kept charging in the air, attacking again and again, causing the sky to change color. The power that erupted from a late-stage divine, Star Venerable ancient behemoth, was shocking. However, what was even more shocking was Eteonion. Eteonion took advantage of this gap and quickly charged toward the ancient behemoth on the side. Just like before, he brandished the 10-star venerable weapons and slashed down. The ancient behemoths that were enveloped by the light pillars had no way of dodging. They could only defend within the light pillars. Under such circumstances, Eteonion slashed down crazily, and the ancient giant beast was directly chopped into several pieces. The swift swordsmanship continued to transform into sword flowers on the ancient giant beast's body, cutting its powerful physique into countless pieces. Not to mention his body, even his soul had been shredded into powder. He was dead beyond dead. Every move was a sure kill, absolutely not leaving even half a breath of life. We've dealt with the first one. Let's start the second one. Tianyan flew to the next trapped ancient beast. Killing them was undoubtedly an easy choice. Mei Qing, Celestial Star Venerable, and the others also aimed at the trapped ancient giant beasts. It was easier to attack the trapped ancient giant beasts. After a round of fierce attacks, those ancient giant beasts had a few wounds that were so deep that their bones could be seen. Mei Qing Shun and the other Star Venerables didn't have so many Star Venerable level weapons, but one was enough. Under the fierce attacks, they could still inflict a lot of damage. Especially when the other party couldn't dodge, they could easily aim at some weak points and attack fiercely. However, compared to Yi Tianyun's moves, they were still much weaker. Yi Tianyun could kill an ancient giant beast with one move. Even if they used all their strength, they could only seriously injure them. There was still a long way to go before they could kill them. Tianyun Divine, Star Venerable, is really powerful. This is simply nature-defying. After Mei Qing Shun and the others saw this, they couldn't help but exclaim. They also increased the strength of their attacks. Since Yi Tianyun was so desperate, they couldn't relax. They also used all their strength to attack fiercely. We've dealt with the second one. Let's start with the third one. Yi Tianyun's harvesting speed didn't slow down. He slashed madly all the way. When the other divine generals saw this scene, they were also shocked. They hadn't expected the five-colored Emperor Dragon's inheritor to be so powerful. Ancient giant beasts of the same level were also hacked to death. If it had been them, they wouldn't have been able to do this. He was too powerful. This inheritor is really powerful. We can't fall behind either. Their star Dharma idols were activated. One after another, grade 5 and grade 6 star Dharma idols emerged from their bodies and fought fiercely with the other ancient giant beasts. However, the most difficult one to deal with was the late-stage divine, Star Venerable Ancient Giant Beast. There were a total of 8 divine generals. 4 of them were stopped, and there were even late-stage divine, Star Venerable Divine, generals among them. One could imagine how nature-defying these ancient giant beasts were. This was related to the situation of the divine generals. They were all living dead and didn't have the vitality of living people. Once they came back to life and fought, they would only get weaker and weaker, not stronger and stronger. Even so, they weren't that easy to deal with. Years of tacit understanding allowed them to constantly move around and attack, leaving heavy wounds on the ancient giant beasts. If this continued, it wouldn't be the ancient giant beasts that won, but them. The other 4 divine generals were also in good shape. They couldn't compare to Yi Tianyun's instant kill, but they could also take on an ancient giant beast. Given some time, they would definitely be able to kill it. As the ancient giant beasts became fewer and fewer, their situation became more and more irritable. They knew that if they continued to die like this, they really wouldn't be able to destroy the other formation eyes. With so many experts here, how could they destroy the formation eyes? Retreat. The late-stage divine, Star Venerable Ancient Giant Beast, immediately gave the order to retreat, temporarily giving up on the battle here. When these living dead were truly dead, they would fight again. These divine generals were destined to die the moment they appeared. They were already in a state that couldn't be tolerated by heaven and earth. It was already very good that they could last until now. Hence, from the moment they came out of their coffins, they kept disappearing. Even if they didn't fight, they would gradually disappear until they were completely destroyed. As such, as long as the ancient giant beasts escaped and hid for a while, they would be able to counterattack after this batch of divine generals died. This was a little different from the previous situation where they didn't fear death. It wasn't that they were afraid, but that they had chosen a safer method. You still want to retreat? Impossible. The divine generals roared angrily, preparing to charge forward with all their might. If they really let the ancient giant beasts escape, they would also be finished. Just as they were about to chase after them, pitch-black chains suddenly appeared in the starry sky above them, binding them up one by one, trying to lock down the starry sky. This is... When Etienne saw the situation in the starry sky, his expression instantly changed. Chapter 2309. Etienne believed that the evil spirit race wouldn't be able to complete sealing the star aspect in a short period of time. Who knew that it would come so suddenly? Several pitch-black chains suddenly appeared in the starry sky above, locking down the sky. Perhaps it didn't lock down all the major thousand realms. At least the star aspect in this area had already been locked down. Pitch-black chains locked the Dharma idol in place. First one, then a second. When the fifth pitch-black chain connected, the star aspect of some god generals suddenly turned into countless starlight and disappeared with a bang. At the same time, their star power was greatly weakened, and their combat strength was cut by a large margin. Without the star aspect, their combat strength was basically terrifyingly weak. This was just like Mei Qing Divine, Star Venerate back then. Without the star aspect, their combat strength was extremely weak. It could even be described as terrible, so much so that Etienne could fight above his level and successfully win. Unless there was a huge gap in cultivation, it was basically impossible to win against an opponent of the same level without the star aspect. Unless the other party was stupid and allowed the attacks to continue. Soon, the sixth pitch-black chain locked down the starry sky once again. The sixth one was a little more difficult, so he could barely lock it down. The moment it was locked, all the level 6 star Dharma images collapsed, just like the level 5 star Dharma images from before. It was very obvious that each pitch-black chain was equivalent to locking down a level 6 star aspect. The sixth pitch-black chain that appeared now was locking down the level 6 star aspect. At this moment, all the god generals and even the divine star venerates lost their star aspects. Without the star aspect, it meant that their combat strength was greatly weakened. Etienne's star aspect was not affected, and he could still use it. However, its power was also greatly weakened, roughly 1/5 of its original level. With his current star aspect, even if it was weakened by 1/5, it would be equivalent to losing more than a dozen levels of star power. The impact was quite significant. He was still considered good. At least he could still use the star aspect. As for the rest, he couldn't even use the star aspect. How could he fight? More importantly, the starry sky above them hadn't stopped locking onto them. Another pitch-black chain began to lock down bit by bit, trying to lock down even the last unique Dharma form of stars. It was just that this process was too slow. It could even be described as difficult as moving bit by bit. Based on this situation, it was basically impossible to succeed. Even if it did not succeed, the evil spirit race could still be considered to have succeeded. The 6th grade Star Dharma idol was locked down, and a large number of combat forces were gone, just like that. Looking up, all the divine generals and divine star venerables seemed to be mute, unable to use any star dharma. His combat prowess fell by a large margin. His attacks on the primordial behemoth did not even leave a scratch on it. What's going on? They were all stunned. The star Dharma idol had suddenly disappeared, and they couldn't summon it even if they wanted to. It was as if they had lost contact with it. How were they supposed to fight under such circumstances? The huge eyes of the primordial beasts, which had wanted to escape, were filled with joy. They had not expected such a situation to occur. Kill them all. They roared and pounced towards them, taking advantage of the fact that the other party had lost their strongest combat force. They quickly counterattacked and destroyed them. This time, it was finally their home ground. Without the Star Dharma idol, these cultivators were nothing. Get out of my way. The primordial behemoth charged over, sending divine star venerables and the others who had intercepted them flying. They could not resist such a violent force at all. How were they supposed to resist after losing more than half of their strength? Originally, they could still resist for a while. Now, not only was there a gap in their cultivation, but they also lost their Star Dharma idol. You stupid cultivators, now it's our turn to fight back. Without the Star Dharma idol, you are nothing. The primordial beasts laughed loudly and attacked the other cultivators in a frenzy. For a moment, the cultivators lost their advantage. They were all defenseless, unable to resist the fierce attacks of the primordial beasts. Die! Suddenly, a figure landed heavily and cut an primordial behemoth in half. Before the primordial behemoth could recover, another round of crazy slashes and countless saber lights flashed. Following that, the primordial behemoth was completely killed. If you want to counterattack, you'll have to pass through me first. Etienne's eyes were ice cold. He waved the 10-star venerable weapons in his hands. Even though a lot of his strength had been sealed, he still had the Star Dharma idol, and he could still erupt with great power. When the primordial behemoth saw him, they felt a chill in their hearts. They had almost forgotten about this freak. He had a unique Star Dharma idol, and it was extremely powerful. How were they supposed to deal with him? Let me kill him. The divine, Star Venerable Behemoth roared angrily and charged towards Etienne. Since he could not deal with Etienne at the same level, how could he not deal with Etienne when his cultivation was higher? After a series of collisions, the divine generals in the surroundings were sent flying, and they suffered serious injuries. Their bodies had problems, and it would take a long time for them to recover. Moreover, they would need a lot of energy to recover, especially when they were in a state of the living dead. By the time they recovered, who knew how much time they would have wasted? Oh no, the inheritor is in danger. They panicked. Everything had been going so smoothly. Who would have thought that the Star Dharma idol would suddenly disappear? This put them in a very passive position. Don't worry, leave it to me. Etienne was not afraid at all. Even if the primordial behemoth was a level stronger than him, he was not afraid. Boom! Etienne immediately exchanged a blow with the primordial behemoth. A destructive power exploded in the air, and the two figures bounced back. They had exchanged a simple blow, but it was a tie. It's really tough. The Star Venerable weapon in Etienne's hand was a little blunt. The primordial behemoth, which had a stronger cultivation, had an even more terrifying armor on its surface. The divine, Star Venerable behemoth, on the other side, was also very shocked. It had not expected that Etienne would still be so powerful after his strength had been weakened. So what if you can hold me back now? What about the others? Can you help them? The primordial behemoth showed a mocking look. The others did not have any resistance against the primordial behemoth. Who said I can't help? Etienne's eyes flickered. Then a figure rushed out of his body and charged at the primordial behemoth next to him. Boom! A flowing light shot out, and the primordial behemoth was blasted into pieces. When the crowd saw it clearly, they found that it was another Etienne. This Etienne was naturally a clone from a long time ago. After a series of resources, this clone's cultivation had also reached the terrifying divine, Star Venerable middle stage. Most importantly, he could also use the unique Star Dharma idol, and he also had 10 Star Venerable weapons. He was simply a copy. Chapter 23:10. The other clone of Etienne launched another round of fierce attacks. Maybe this clone couldn't exert any crazy mode, nor could it exert other powers. But the clone could use its unique Star Dharma Laksana, and it could use 10 Star Venerable weapons. It was enough for it to crush other beings at the same level. After the clone attacked, it quickly launched a fierce attack in all directions. The ancient giant beasts were beaten back one after another, and some were even seriously injured by the fierce attacks. In just a short period of time, he had almost killed an ancient giant beast. Such a terrifying power was really shocking, especially in this desperate environment. It was especially dazzling. He hadn't expected Etianyan to have such a shocking trump card. With an extra clone, the effect was completely different. How about now? Can you focus on fighting with me? Etianyan sneered and continued to clash with the late-stage divine, Star Venerable Ancient Giant Beast, attacking it crazily. Even though its power had been weakened, its powerful fighting power was still able to fight evenly with the ancient giant beast. As for the rest of the battle, he would let his clone take care of it. His doppelganger truly belonged to the state of killing gods and Buddhas as it charged forward in a frenzy. After a period of time, accompanied by a furious roar, an ancient giant beast fell. Before long, another ancient behemoth perished. Some of the beasts weren't killed by Etianyan's clone. They were heavily injured by some of the ancient giant beasts, and the rest of the divine Star Venerables besieged them, taking advantage of their injuries to kill them. Hence, the speed of killing them was slightly increased. Boom! After a series of fierce attacks, the two figures bounced apart once again. I didn't expect you to have a clone. That's unexpected, but what's the point? The ancient giant beast revealed a disdainful look and once again clashed with Etianyan. After separating once again, it sneered and said, "Even if you can stop me and some of my clansmen, how many can you stop in the overall situation?" At that moment, the sky was filled with giant beasts, madly rushing in all directions. These were all ordinary members of the giant beast clan, in a situation where they could crush cultivators of the same level as them without the Star Dharma idol. Wouldn't they be invincible? This was indeed the case. It could be said to be an all-around suppression. Cultivators without the Star Dharma form had no advantage at all. A late-stage great star, Venerable, would probably be able to put up a fight against an early-stage divine, Star Venerable. Moreover, there were very few divine Star Venerables on the Scarlet Moon planet, so they couldn't stop them at all. Etianyan's face darkened. He couldn't deny that the ancient giant beast was right. If this continued, Scarlet Moon planet would definitely be conquered. At that time, even if they survived, Scarlet Moon star would basically be plowed to the ground, which was equivalent to being occupied by ancient beasts. Moreover, the key point was that when the other formation eyes were destroyed, more ancient giant beasts would come out. At that time, would Etianyan be able to resist them? Speechless, foolish humans. Do you really think that just because you have some ability, you can change the entire situation? From the beginning, you didn't have the slightest chance of victory. The ancient giant beasts laughed loudly. They had just come up from below, but they quickly learned the details of the situation from their clansmen and knew who they were working with. Now that the two clans were working together, they had indeed provided perfect assistance and sealed off this part of the starry sky. Only the unique Star Dharma idol could use the Star Dharma idol. In the entire Scarlet Moon planet, only Etianyan and Jingxian could use it. However, two fists were no match for four hands. No matter how hard they fought, they probably couldn't stop so many giant beasts. Now that they had used all their trump cards, all the hidden divine Star Venerables had come out, and even the divine generals buried underground had been mobilized. Unless they had external help, Scarlet Moon planet would definitely be destroyed. No, there's still hope. Etianyan didn't give up easily. Instead, he turned his attention to the good and evil system. He had a lot of good and evil points now, tens of thousands of them. However, due to time constraints, he hadn't had the chance to draw a reward. Moreover, he had enough for now, so he was in no hurry to draw a reward. Now, he was extremely eager to draw a special divine skill, which was the doppelganger skill. It was a doppelganger skill that existed a long time ago, but after he came up here, these divine skills had all disappeared. If one's ability couldn't keep up, they could only be eliminated. Now, he wanted the enhanced version of the doppelganger skill, not to mention how many doppelgangers he could create. As long as he could create 2 or 3 more, it would be of great help. Right now, one doppelganger could already fight against many ancient giant beasts. What if he could create 2 or 3 more? Then, the entire situation might be changed. The third stage requires 10,000 good and evil points. Draw. Ding, 10,000 good and evil points deducted. Starting to draw a reward. After it was activated, the good and evil system started to flash, flashing back and forth between divine skills and pills. Until the end, he didn't know what kind of reward he would get. At the same time, E.T. Onion activated the luck halo, maximizing its effect. He did it all so that he could draw a doppelganger-type divine skill. Not to mention the doppelganger-type divine skill. It would be good enough if he could draw something related to it. Quick, draw the doppelganger-type divine skill for me. E.T. Onion screamed in his heart. He only had one chance. The next stage required 100,000 good and evil points, which he was far from reaching. Killing an ancient giant beast would only give him 1,000 kill points. This meant that to get 100,000 good and evil points, he needed to kill 100 of them. Even after killing all of them, he still hadn't reached 100,000 good and evil points. Therefore, he only had one chance. If he missed it, it would be hard for him to get another one. It could be said that this was his last chance to turn the tables. If he couldn't get it, he would be in big trouble. Maybe if he dragged it out, he could still draw another reward. But by then, it would be too late. The array, I would probably be destroyed. How could he resist then? Very quickly, the flashing stopped. Under E.T. Onion's shout, he didn't stop at the divine skill, but at the bloodline. Bloodline! E.T. Onion's heart skipped a beat. He's afraid that it's over. Could it be that there was a doppelganger bloodline in the bloodline? Of course, there was no doppelganger bloodline. Very quickly, the true face of the bloodline was revealed in front of him. Divine soul bloodline. What divine soul bloodline? E.T. Onion was dumbfounded. It was the same bloodline. Ding! As there is already a divine soul bloodline, it has been upgraded by 2 levels. Ding! Successfully upgraded divine soul bloodline to level 4. Level 4 divine soul bloodline. Able to control all vengeful spirits within the divine star venerable level and control them to fight against enemies. This level 4 divine soul bloodline. When E.T. Onion saw the details, he was completely stunned. It seemed that there was always a way out. Chapter 23:11. Heaven never bars one's way. He had originally wanted to draw the clone divine skill. This might not have been the clone divine skill, and it might have been a bloodline from before. It seemed useless, but in reality, it had even greater uses. If it were anyone else without some special abilities, there would basically be no effect. However, he had the corresponding ability, so the significance was different. This special ability was the door of death. He had to open the door of death and release the vengeful spirits in order to bring out the greatest effect. The effect of the level 4 divine spirit bloodline could actually control vengeful spirits. This was an outcome he had not expected. If he had known, he would have risen fiercely. However, the amount of star energy required was rather shocking, and to be honest, it might not have been enough. Now, he did not need any star energy. He could directly spend his kill points to draw the divine spirit bloodline. He now knew that there was such a special ability behind the divine spirit bloodline. Heaven never bars one's way. Very well, today will be the day you die. Etienne's eyes flickered with joy. There was no despair, only hope. Still trying to be brave when death is at hand. The disdain in the primordial beast's eyes intensified. It felt that Etienne was struggling on his deathbed, and that it was meaningless. Don't worry, only you will die. Etienne smiled. The next moment, he disappeared from where he was, causing the primordial beast's attack to miss. What's going on? He disappeared? The primordial beast was stunned. Then it looked around and became vigilant. It suspected that Etienne had used some special technique to hide his figure. What kind of technique is this? It's so special that even I can't detect it. Its aura quickly erupted, spreading to a large area nearby. It locked onto every inch of the area, not even letting a speck of dust escape. All of this was too strange. It suddenly disappeared from before its eyes without any warning, leaving it feeling extremely shocked. It carefully thought about what Etienne had said before. They would be the ones to die. Could he be using a killing move? Not only the primordial beast, but even the other divine star venerables were stunned. How could he suddenly disappear? Where did he go? Or was it really some supreme killing move? While the ancient behemoth was on high alert, Etienne had already arrived at the death dimension. As soon as he entered, he was immediately enveloped by countless vengeful spirits. He couldn't open the gate of death, and he wouldn't open it anyway. This method was too dangerous. It was better to teleport in and control a large number of vengeful spirits. After gathering a large number of vengeful spirits, he would go back and release them. When the time came, he would control these vengeful spirits to attack. Everything would be perfect. The brains and souls of the giant beasts were not as strong as those of cultivators. After being devoured by so many vengeful spirits, they would be easily damaged. Their bodies were strong, but that didn't mean their souls were strong. A group of vengeful souls wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves as they pounced over. Countless vengeful souls swarmed over from the sides, wanting to devour Etienne, this living creature that had suddenly appeared. Etienne was very happy to see such crazy souls. To him, the more the better. After all, there were still a large number of giant beasts waiting for him to destroy outside. He could not continue to procrastinate here. Very well, all of you come over here. Etienne opened his hand, and the life aura in his body surged out, crazily dancing around outside. Many vengeful spirits seemed to have smelled blood and kept rushing over. There were already enough vengeful spirits surging over. Under such stimulation, they became even more terrifying. At this moment, he stretched out his hand and released the full power of the divine spirit bloodline in his body. After enveloping it, the vengeful spirits that approached were like docile pets, swimming around him obediently. Actually, these vengeful spirits were all under his control. He could easily control them without any pressure at all. As long as they approached his control circle, they would be obediently controlled by him. As long as one's cultivation was within the divine star venerable realm, he could easily control them, including divine star venerable ones. Among them, he had already captured 2 or 3 divine star venerable vengeful spirits. Everything had been so easy. Thinking back to the time when he had encountered the divine star venerable vengeful spirits, he had felt his hair stand on end. Now he could easily control them. The change was not small. At that time, the divine star venerable vengeful spirits seemed to be telling him that he would come back in the future. Now that he had really come back, he was only here to collect vengeful spirits. As long as they were not heaven-defying vengeful spirits, he could collect them easily. In the blink of an eye, he had collected 100 great star venerable vengeful spirits, 1,000 star venerable vengeful spirits, and almost 10 divine star venerable vengeful spirits. At this rate, the number of vengeful spirits he could control would be shocking. He felt that he could control even more, but he still had to control the quantity. That was not important. He would be satisfied as long as he could control a part of them. If it was not enough, he could come back and collect a large number of vengeful spirits. He happened to have the super teleportation divine stone. Even if it was a waste, it was better than the destruction of Red Moon Planet. Theoretically, the destruction of Red Moon Planet should have nothing to do with him. However, after all the ancient giant beasts were released, they would bring danger to desolate Dragon Planet. Therefore, he had to get rid of these ancient giant beasts. Otherwise, his family would be affected. At the same time, on Red Moon Planet, the ancient giant beast still could not find Eteonyon after searching around crazily. What's going on? Where did he hide? The ancient giant beast looked around in panic. Things that were out of its control made it feel uneasy. It did not think Eteonyon had torn space to escape. It could definitely sense those fluctuations. But now, he had disappeared into thin air without any warning. There would be spatial fluctuations when one left by tearing space. However, there was no spatial fluctuation at all. Everything was so quiet. "I'm here, idiot." Eteonyon's voice came from the side. The ancient giant beast turned around and stared at Eteonyon. "Ha! Ha! Ha! You're the idiot." "What? You didn't find a good angle to launch a sneak attack? Did you give up on your killing move?" The ancient giant beast laughed at him when it saw him come out. It really thought Eteonyon was going to launch a sneak attack on it. "Killing move? Of course I didn't give up." Eteonyon smiled calmly and waved his hand. Countless vengeful spirits were ejected out of his space. In an instant, a black cloud crazily spread out and locked onto the giant beast clan. "Go, take revenge ruthlessly. These are all your enemies from when you were alive. Devour them all." There were so many vengeful spirits that were killed by the giant beast clan. Bringing them out now was like letting them take revenge. Chapter 23:12. Eteonyon had released a large number of vengeful spirits that frantically rushed in all directions. Even the cultivators' expressions changed when they saw this, let alone the giant beasts. These vengeful spirits would attack anyone and would not listen to anyone's orders. This was equivalent to attacking indiscriminately. Under such circumstances, wouldn't releasing them be equivalent to letting his own people suffer? Ha ha ha, so this is your killer move. Are you sure you won't let these vengeful spirits hurt your own people? The ancient behemoth laughed mockingly. "Is this what you mean by harming the enemy 1,000 times and harming yourself 800 times? The ancient behemoth had thought that Eteonyon had some unique killer move, but who knew that he would just throw out a bunch of vengeful spirits? It had been worried for so long, but it turned out that he had thrown out so many vengeful spirits. It did not know where Eteonyon had obtained these vengeful spirits, but releasing them like this might harm it. Under such circumstances, how could the ancient behemoth not laugh at Eteonyon? Eteonyon divine. Star venerate, what's going on? Divine, star venerate Mei Qing, and the others were also stunned when they saw the vengeful spirits surging out from the sky. It was undeniable that they were currently in an extremely disadvantageous state. However, Eteonyon's killer move felt a little foolish. It would be fine if these vengeful spirits constantly attacked the giant beasts, but what was most terrifying was that they would constantly attack the cultivators. This really depended on luck. Harming the enemy 1,000 times and harming yourself 800 times? Eteonion said, with a smile. Unfortunately, my move only harms the enemy 1,000 times. As soon as he finished speaking, the black mass of vengeful spirits frantically rushed towards the giant beasts. They burrowed into their bodies and tried to devour their souls. For a moment, the giant beasts let out miserable cries and kept rushing around in the air. Some even attacked their own clansmen. As their souls were devoured, the intense pain made them lose their minds. They could only run around randomly. It's over when a group of cultivators saw a bunch of vengeful spirits pouncing over. Their faces turned pale, and they felt despair. How could they escape with so many vengeful spirits pouncing over? Just as they were about to fight back with all their might, the souls that were surging towards them quickly split apart in midair and crazily surged in all directions. They didn't attack them at all, but instead turned to attack the giant beasts. It wasn't just these cultivators. The vengeful spirits avoided the other cultivators and only attacked the giant beasts. In an instant, the giant beasts in the surroundings were quickly entangled by the vengeful spirits. The vengeful spirits burrowed into their brains and devoured their souls to strengthen themselves. Some of the vengeful spirits had their cultivation greatly increased after eating, becoming even stronger vengeful spirits. Some of the giant beasts that had their souls devoured were possessed, while others turned into empty shells that fell from the sky and smashed heavily onto the ground, turning into soulless shells. The body did not move at all. It was not dead, but it had become an empty shell. It would not be difficult to kill it at all. Such a situation made everyone dumbfounded. No one had expected such a change. Even the Death Clan couldn't do this. The Death Clan could at most control a portion of the vengeful spirits or prevent the vengeful spirits from approaching them. They definitely didn't have the ability to control so many vengeful spirits. But now Eteonion did it, releasing so many ghosts but not attacking the cultivator. There is no need to think too much about it. The reason is obvious. Eteonion could control these vengeful spirits. This was an incredible ability. They didn't know how Eteonion had done it, but it didn't hurt them at all. Moreover, it seemed like he was going to counterattack. The many vengeful spirits spread wildly in all directions. There were at least 10,000 vengeful spirits. There were thousands of great star venerate vengeful spirits and dozens of divine star venerates. Such high-quality vengeful spirits were shockingly powerful. Even though the vengeful spirits were relatively weak, their numbers were shocking. Their ferocious attacks were quite terrifying. I wonder what's going on now. Eteonion looked at the ancient giant beast in front of him. He only needed to keep an eye on it. He would leave the rest to his clones and the other vengeful spirits. How is this possible? You can control vengeful spirits. The ancient giant beast opened its eyes wide. It was shocked by the situation in front of it. It hadn't expected Eteonion to have such a chance to turn the tables. With so many vengeful spirits, even if he couldn't get rid of all the giant beasts, he could at least get rid of many of them, causing them to suffer heavy losses. In particular, some of the giant beasts could still attack after being possessed. That was quite a headache for the ancient giant beast. What's impossible? Just because you can't control them doesn't mean I can't. Eteonion shrugged and looked at it with a smile. Then let's watch your companions get devoured one by one. Impossible. There's no way these vengeful spirits can kill us. The ancient giant beast roared and pounced at Eteonion again. Its battle prowess rose in anger. Is that so? Let's give it a try then. Eteonion wasn't afraid at all. He also clashed with the ancient giant beast, attacking wildly in midair. With the help of the vengeful spirits, the pressure on the entire Crimson Moon planet was greatly reduced. Many giant beasts were entangled and couldn't deal with the cultivators here. In particular, Tianyun prioritized the formation's eyes and constantly surrounded them. What made him the happiest was that he could obtain star energy points when these vengeful spirits killed the giant beasts. This way, he could obtain star energy points even if he didn't hunt the giant beasts. Star energy points were very important to him now. Once he broke through to the late-stage divine, Star Venerable realm, he could easily suppress the ancient giant beast in front of him. At that time, even if his power was suppressed, he would definitely be able to suppress it after his basic stats increased. Right now, he just needed to suppress the ancient giant beast and not let it run around as it pleased. As the battle continued, the number of casualties kept rising and more vengeful spirits were destroyed. This wasn't a big deal. After the vengeful spirits were destroyed, some would return to the death dimension to slowly recover. They weren't truly dead at all. Unless it was a more extreme attack, it would be difficult for these vengeful spirits to completely die. This was also why Tianyun was so daring to use the vengeful spirits. He wasn't afraid of dying at all. Of course, even if he really died, he would still use them. Wasn't the living better than the dead? Boom. There was another clash, and the two figures were bounced back. The ancient giant beast stared at Tianyun and laughed. Your vengeful spirits seem to be almost dead. Let's see if you can release them again this time. Tianyun sneered, and in the next moment, he disappeared in place. The ancient behemoth was stunned. Why did he suddenly disappear like before? Not long after, Tianyun returned. With a wave of his hand, countless vengeful spirits were released again. They were like black clouds that spread in all directions. Chapter 23:13. The primordial behemoth thought that Tianyun had no way to continue summoning those vengeful spirits. Who knew that he would bring back a large number of vengeful spirits when he returned? These vengeful souls wreaked havoc in the surroundings. There was another dense mass of vengeful souls of great star venerables, as well as vengeful souls of divine star venerables. The familiar scene, Tianyun once again showed it to her. This scene was more than terrifying. It was simply a nightmare. It had gone to great lengths to eliminate so many vengeful spirits, and now so many more were surging out. The primordial behemoth's expression turned extremely ugly. It had originally thought that Tianyun did not have so many vengeful spirits left. Who knew that so many would be released, making them feel extremely terrified. On the contrary, the cultivators cheered loudly, feeling that everything was so surprising. Previously, their expressions had changed when they saw the vengeful spirits. Now, their expressions had also changed, but they were happy expressions. With so many undead armies appearing, did they have to worry about not winning? Heavenly Cloud Divine Star Venerate is too amazing, creating another miracle. Divine Star Venerate Mei Qing was pleasantly surprised. He had felt that he had not followed the wrong person. Fortunately, he had wisely lowered his head, or else he would have been the one to suffer losses. As long as he followed Tianyun, did he have to worry about not becoming stronger? The other divine star venerates were equally shocked. They felt that Tianyun's ability was too strange. How did he know all kinds of techniques? They really could not understand such terrifying power. Not only was he young, but his cultivation was also so strong. Not only was his cultivation strong, but how did he even have the ability to control souls? That was something that even the Death Clan could not do, yet he could do it. Wasn't he even more heaven-defying than the Death Clan? If he could resurrect souls, that would be even more heaven-defying. As for resurrecting souls, Tianyun felt that it was possible. As long as his divine soul and bloodline were upgraded, it was really possible to resurrect them. At that time, it would be even more heaven-defying. However, It was too difficult to upgrade his divine soul and bloodline. At least for now, it was extremely difficult, and the star energy needed had to reach an extremely heaven-defying value. He did a quick check. The star energy needed to upgrade his divine soul and bloodline from level 4 to level 5 was equivalent to 3 breakthroughs. That was 3 breakthroughs from mid-stage divine, star venerable to late stage. Even if he worked himself to the bone, it would be difficult for him to accumulate enough cultivation to break through to the late-stage divine, star venerable realm, let alone improve his soul and bloodline. The key was that it might not necessarily be that effect. It was impossible to predict the effects of the divine soul bloodline. Perhaps he could increase the number of souls he controlled and the cultivation of the vengeful souls he controlled. At that time, it wouldn't be a loss. After all, there might even be heavenly star supremes in the death dimension. Boom. After another clash, they quickly separated. After the primordial giant beast's anger subsided, it revealed a mocking smile. I admit that your abilities are not bad, but everything ends here. Do you think we don't have reinforcements just because you have reinforcements? Our reinforcements have finally arrived. At this moment, a large group of experts appeared in an area far away. Everyone took a closer look. It was the evil spirit race and the green demon race. The 2 races tore through the void and rushed down. They were also unable to use the Star Dharma idol, but they had special abilities, especially the evil spirit race. The evil spirit race also had a way of devouring vengeful spirits. The green demon race also had some methods in this regard. They had no choice but to choose to come out and help. If they didn't come out, everything would be over. If they could use the Star Dharma idol, they would have already killed their way out. However, in this situation where the Star Dharma idol was sealed, even they were sealed. In terms of battle strength, they were not much better than ordinary cultivators. Under such circumstances, they could only choose to hide. However, at this critical moment, they could only choose to come out. So it's a bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. I thought it was some reinforcements. Yi Tianyun's expression was indifferent. He wasn't scared by this so-called reinforcements at all. If you came out earlier, I would have been worried. Don't you think it's too late for you to come out now? Too late? If you have the ability, then go through me first. The primordial giant beast felt that it had been underestimated, and its anger surged again. Getting through you is too easy. It's time to end this. Yi Tianyun stretched out his hand and said indifferently, break through. Ding. Star energy deducted. Cultivation base broken through to divine. Star venerable late stage. Boom. An astonishing pillar of light soared into the sky. 8 colors shot up into the sky at once, piercing through the clouds. A terrifying aura spread in all directions. It was equivalent to announcing to everyone that he had broken through to divine, star venerable late stage. He broke through? When they saw Yi Tianyun break through, they were surprised and even more shocked. How long had it been? And he had broken through again. They tried everything they could to break through, but they couldn't. Some had broken through to divine star venerable long ago, but they had never broken through to divine star venerable middle stage. Yi Tianyun, however, broke through to divine star venerable late stage in one go as if he was drinking water. How many years had it been since a divine, star venerable late stage powerhouse had appeared on Crimson Moon Planet? It wasn't that they hadn't appeared before, but those who had all chosen to leave. If they didn't leave now, they probably wouldn't even have the chance to break through. Phew, breaking through feels so good. Yi Tianyun looked up at the primordial giant beast in front of him and said indifferently, "Are you ready?" The primordial giant beast's heart trembled. It felt the threat of death. Before breaking through, it was already hard to tell who would win. Now that it had broken through, the result was self-evident. Stupid human, don't even think about stopping us. Dong! The primordial giant beast had just roared when a figure had already charged in front of it. 10 star venerable level weapons fell heavily, each of them giving off a dazzling light. This time, it truly felt the threat of death. It didn't dare take the attacks head-on like before. Instead, it chose to dodge. However, just as it was about to dodge, the saber light had already fallen. Puffed. Its tough body was like a piece of tofu. A large piece was easily cut off. It had dodged its vital parts, but more than half of its body was still cut off. How terrifying! They gasped. The primordial giant beast, which had been difficult to deal with before, had now been easily injured by Tianyun. Previously, the saber had only been able to cut slightly deeper. Now it had been cut in half. If the primordial giant beast hadn't dodged in time, it would have been cut in half. Now that it had dodged, its situation wasn't any better. It had been seriously injured by the saber. You dodged quickly. If you had been any slower, your head would have been separated from your body. Etienne's expression was calm. He wasn't surprised by his improvement at all. Chapter 23:14. The primordial giant beast was incomparably shocked. The injuries on its body didn't bring it much pain. It was mainly because it was shocked by Etienne's strength. After breaking through, it was basically a one-sided suppression. Damn it, why did I encounter such a freakish human? The primordial giant beast started cursing. It had finally come out from underground, but now it was surrounded by such a terrifying human. At first, it still had a slight advantage and thought that victory was in its grasp. Who knew that it would become more and more difficult, and its side would become more and more disadvantaged? Now, it was even counterattacking, suppressing it with an even more powerful stance. This made it feel a little despair. If this continued, how could it fight? The other formation cores couldn't be removed. Did this mean that the plan it had prepared for so long had failed just like that? No need. Playing with aluminum? Sorry, Meng Luo playing with aluminum? Tianyun arrived in front of it, not giving it any chance to catch its breath. He instantly appeared in front of it and slashed down with his weapon once again. This time, the primordial giant beast turned to flee, but it was already meaningless. It had been lucky to dodge the first time. This time was different. Tianyun was aiming at its blind spot to attack. The blade in his hand fell, and light radiated in all directions. In the end, this late-stage divine star venerable giant beast was chopped into 8 pieces. Even its soul was cut into countless pieces, and it completely disappeared from this world. Killing a late-stage divine star venerable giant beast was as easy as chopping vegetables. There was no difficulty at all. With his current strength, he was absolutely an invincible existence among those at the same level. After all, he could even easily kill a late-stage divine, star venerable giant beast. This meant that ancient beasts of other levels or cultivators of the same level could be easily killed by him. Unless it was a heaven-defying existence, for Tianyun, he could easily kill any opponent within the divine, star venerable realm. Ding! Successfully killed primordial giant beast, late-stage divine, star venerable. Obtained 8 billion star energy points, 3,000 slaughter points. Obtained primordial stone, super rare. Primordial crystal, rare. The items that dropped made Etienne's eyes light up. Primordial stone, a stone that can open the primordial road. After using it, one can enter the primordial era. Time limit is 1 year. Ancient crystal can be used to forge heavenly weapons. The 2 great treasures, especially the ancient era's stone, could actually allow one to enter the ancient era. He didn't know what the situation was like in ancient times, but if he could return to that time, The best thing he could get was treasures. The resources of the ancient era were the most astonishing. It could be said that in a forest, one could find a large pile of divine medicines just by taking a few steps. It wasn't like how it was now, where resources were scarce. As more and more life forms appeared, resources were basically insufficient. Unless it was a region that hadn't been developed yet, it was very difficult to obtain extremely precious godly medicines. He had just reached the peak of his cultivation. If he wanted to break through to the heavenly star supremacy, he would need even more astonishing divine medicine ingredients. There definitely wasn't such a thing on planet Scarlet Moon. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many divine star venerables leaving planet Scarlet Moon and heading to other star fields. This is really good stuff. I'll study it after everything is over. Etianyan was very satisfied with this. However, his current goal was to clean up all the giant beasts. He would think about it after everything was over. Soon after, he raised his head and met the gazes of the other primordial beasts in the distance. A chill ran down their spines. They weren't afraid of death, but that didn't mean that they weren't afraid of death. Not being afraid of death was based on the premise that they could defeat the beasts. Now that their boss had been easily suppressed, what was the point of fighting? They would just be cannon fodder if they went over. No matter how hard they fought, it would be meaningless unless Etianyan was seriously injured when he killed their boss. Given the current situation, no matter how many of them came, they would be killed. This is the inheritor of the five-colored emperor dragon. Many of the primordial beasts were stunned, their hearts cold to the extreme. The other divine generals felt very gratified. The inheritor brought by the five-colored emperor dragon that they had been serving all this time was truly a pleasant surprise to them. Even when the five-colored emperor dragon was at this level of cultivation, it wasn't as shocking as this, right? It's time to clean up. Wherever Etianyan went, the ancient giant beasts were easily killed. Some of the ancient giant beasts that were hit by Etianyan's attack were as big as a mountain, but their bodies were crushed like tofu after being hit by Etianyan. Apart from him, another beam of light also soared into the sky. This beam of light came from none other than Etianyan's clone. A terrifying aura soared into the sky. It was actually a late-stage divine, Star Venerable. Originally, just Etianyan alone was heaven-defying enough. Now, there was another late-stage divine, Star Venerable clone. Wouldn't the two of them be able to sweep through everything? Boom, boom, boom. Etianyan's clone also brandished 10 weapons, sweeping through everything in its path and easily wiping out everything in its path. Etianyan's clone, being able to increase its cultivation, naturally had something to do with him. He kept transferring various materials and smashing them down. The clone's cultivation quickly rose. He had killed so many beasts and obtained a lot of materials. As long as he smashed them all, he would be able to smash a late-stage divine, Star Venerable. After that, the two main forces would be able to sweep through everything. There was basically no need for the other divine, Star Venerables. It should be said that the other divine, Star Venerables, couldn't help much either. Although Jing Xian had a unique star aspect, her cultivation was too low. How could she be as heaven-defying as Etianyan? The evil spirit race and green demon race that had just descended didn't kill many vengeful spirits. They were frightened by Etianyan's scene. Most of them ran away. They didn't have star aspects to use. If they didn't run, killing them would really be like cutting vegetables. One slash would be able to harvest a large wave. It's too late to escape now. Etianyan snorted coldly and quickly charged over, intercepting the divine Star Venerables and green demon race with stronger cultivation. The green demon race in front of him couldn't use any star aspects. Their battle prowess could be said to be greatly reduced. It had to be said that they were caught in a trap of their own making. Originally, they could have escaped a little faster. Now that they didn't have star aspects, the power they erupted with was extremely weak. How could they still escape? Friend, why don't we work together? I promise to help you rule Red Moon Planet. No, even Wild Dragon Planet can be easily ruled. The divine, star venerable green demon race smiled awkwardly, trying to save his life. Do you think it's difficult for me to rule this Red Moon Planet with my current cultivation? Tianyan said indifferently. The divine star venerable green demon race was extremely embarrassed. Chapter 23:15. Such a heaven-defying heavenly star, supreme giant beast shocked. Not only Tianyan, but the other cultivators were also deeply shocked by its power. They never thought that there would be such a heaven-defying ancient beast underground. Thinking of the ancient beasts sealed underground on the road they usually walked on, they suddenly felt their scalps tingle. Who knew when the seal would break one day, it would suddenly grab them from below and crush them? Just thinking about it made them shiver. If it really caught them one day, they would really be crushed. This is too scary. There are still such heaven-defying ancient beasts underground. If we don't repair the formation, it might attack us one day. Mei Qingxin, Star Venerable, and the others flew over. The situation of the entire Crimson Moon planet was now under control. There were no giant beasts or the evil spirit race. Even if there were, it would only be a small part. They could just hand it over to the other families. Yes, but the formation eye is not so easy to repair. Tianyan shook his head. In his current situation, he did not have the ability to repair it. For it to be able to seal so many ancient beasts here, it was definitely not a simple thing. He only took a cursory glance and knew that the level of the star pattern was definitely not something he could repair. Just as they were about to continue talking, a group of divine generals came to Tianyan's side and knelt down respectfully. "Greetings, Lord. Please get up. Logically speaking, I should be the one calling you seniors or lords. Without your previous contributions, we would not have the peace we have now." Tianyan stretched out his hand and lifted them up. He had great respect for these divine generals. Even in this state, they had sealed themselves and waited for the most critical time to come out. How many people could do this kind of dedication? "Lord, you're too polite. Compared to what you've done, our efforts are nothing." The divine general shook his head and said with a serious expression, "We don't have much time left. We will soon disappear from this world. The ancient beasts under the seal have not been eliminated yet. We have been suppressing them all this time, waiting for the day when someone will come and eliminate them. We have waited for so long, and 2 of the formation eyes have been destroyed. If this continues, those ancient beasts will break free sooner or later." The divine generals stared at Tianyan and said in a low voice, "It's different now. His Excellency is here. I hope that after you have a breakthrough in your cultivation, you will return here to exterminate the ancient beasts and restore peace to this world." They were pioneers, but they would soon disappear. They couldn't complete the rest of the mission, so they could only hope for Tianyan to solve it. "Okay, I promise you." Tianyan gave a heavy promise. In fact, even if they didn't say it, Tianyan would do it. Not only was it related to the desolate dragon star, but it was also a huge amount of experience points. How could he let it go? "Thanks for your contribution, Commander-in-Chief." All the immortal generals smiled from the bottom of their hearts as they became completely relieved. Closely after that, they turned into powder and left this world. It was a miracle that they could hold on for so long. Now that they had fought, it was time to leave. After all, their mission had been completed. After they disappeared, Tianyan sighed deeply. The matter here was over for now. but what awaited him was a bunch of ancient beasts underground. It wasn't difficult to deal with them. He just needed to break through to the heavenly star supremacy level, and then he would be able to deal with them easily. Of course, he couldn't break through even if he wanted to. He couldn't meet the basic requirements or star energy. It was the same principle as a great star venerable breaking through to a divine star venerable. They both needed divine medicines to improve their star dharma in order to increase their cultivation. Otherwise, they would be locked here. What do we do now, Commander-in-Chief? Green Divine, Star Venerable called Etianyan Commander-in-Chief, instead of Commander-in-Chief. Etianyan's performance was too shocking. He didn't know what else to call him. Let's see if there are any fish that escaped from planet Crimson Moon. There's nothing else we can do for now. Etianyan looked at the crack on the ground and said in a deep voice, "Also, seal this place. Don't let anyone get close. It's too dangerous here. Since we broke through once, we might break through a second time. After all, this is the weakest part of the sealing formation." "Yes, Commander-in-Chief." After they received the order, they all went to take action. Soon, only Etianyan was left. The war was over, and all the factions of planet Crimson Moon needed to adjust. They had suffered great losses. It could be said that many powerhouses had died, which greatly reduced their strength, which made them feel extremely sad. "I should also make a move." Etianyan took a step forward and tore through the void, disappearing from where he was. In a corner of the starry domain outside planet Crimson Moon, there was an extremely hidden place where a few figures were walking back and forth. "I wonder what's going on over there. So many elders have gone over to support them. They should be able to occupy planet Crimson Moon, right? There won't be any problems. The star dharma in this area has been sealed. What can those cultivators do? When the time comes, we'll be able to easily suppress them." Hee. Doesn't that mean that we can casually devour those cultivators in the future? Or, rather, we can play with them. Ha ha. The patrolling guards laughed out loud, imagining the beautiful future of their evil spirit race. They could finally completely turn the tables and become the master. "Is that so? Then let me play with all of you." A ghostly figure appeared at the side and looked at them coldly. "Who is it?" The evil spirit race guards raised their heads in shock and saw a human race cultivator in the distance. "Surround him. Don't let him escape." They moved very quickly, worried that the human would escape. At that time, if the situation here was revealed, they would have failed in their duty. However, before they could surround him, they were enveloped by a wave of killing intent, turning them into a mist of blood. "It's time to get rid of them, one by one. I'll destroy all of you to the point of no return." Etianyan coldly snorted. He took a heavy step forward. The area in front of him was fiercely stomped on. The great formation was ruthlessly stomped open. And then he disappeared from this area. Not long after, he came out of the formation, and with a backhand slap, the formation exploded. The evil spirit race has been completely annihilated. It's the green demon race's turn. Etianyan's eyes were ice cold, without the slightest bit of joy. They were just some small fry, so there was no joy in killing them. After all, the real big shots were still hiding under planet Crimson Moon. Chapter 23:17. After exterminating the evil spirit race, Etianyan went to exterminate the green demon race. Due to his heaven-defying cultivation, exterminating the evil spirit race was a piece of cake. In addition, many experts of the evil spirit race were mobilized, so they were easily exterminated. Of course, even if they didn't move, he could still exterminate them. He still had a large clone and could control vengeful spirits, so exterminating them was extremely easy. After exterminating the evil spirit race, he went to exterminate the green demon race. In the end, needless to say, the green demon race was easily exterminated. they were unable to use their star laws. And to Eteonion, they didn't even have the chance to resist before being exterminated by Eteonion. After exterminating the two races, the matter here finally came to an end. Perhaps there were still some of them left, but they were no longer able to cause any trouble. Even if they could become stronger in the future, it would take tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years to recover to their current level, or even worse, if they wanted to completely exterminate them. The difficulty would not be small. It could be said that no one could do it. The great 1,000 worlds were so vast, and no matter which race it was, they were all extremely vast. It was impossible to completely exterminate them. This was just like the giant beast race. This was only a part of it, and there were even more powerful giant beast races in other regions. This distribution was simply too wide, and it was impossible to kill them all. At present, no one could completely exterminate them. If they really did this, their entire lives would probably be on the line. For example, some of them were hiding in a corner. Just looking for them would take 100 or even 1,000 years. When they found them, they would only find 2 or 3. It was precisely these scattered lives that made it difficult to exterminate them all. If it was the most widely distributed, then it would be the human race. The human race was an existence that could not be completely killed. They were everywhere, and their reproductive ability was terrifying. After exterminating the two races, Eteonion returned to Scarlet Moon Planet. The seal chains above were gradually unlocked layer by layer. First, they were unlocked from the 6th layer of the star laws, then to the 5th layer. This would take a certain amount of time to completely remove, but the time it took to seal it was quite long. If the giant beast race was stronger, then the forces of Scarlet Moon Planet would not have any chance of turning the tables. If they wanted to persist until the seal chains were unlocked, they would probably have been exterminated. Ancient giant beast, Eteonion returned to the area where the giant hand reached out, and his face was a bit gloomy, thinking that there were many powerful ancient giant beasts down there. It really made his scalp tingle. It was just that he was not strong enough, so he could not deal with them. Otherwise, he would have rushed down to kill all the ancient beasts. At this moment, he looked over. Scarlet Moon Planet's vitality was greatly damaged, and the situation was extremely terrible. It would also take a very long time for it to recover. Every time after a war, there will be a great loss of life. Eteonion shook his head. Although there is no war, there will always be fights, but at least it will not be like this scene. Everything becomes so tragic. My lord, what do you think now? Mei-Ching Divine, Star Venerable, flew over from the side. He felt that Eteonion was back, so he followed him. He is really like a follower now, following Eteonion all the time, listening to his instructions. Thoughts. Eteonion looked at Star God Star Venerate and said with a smile, "Do you have any suggestions?" Star God Star Venerate paused, then said, "Then I will make a bold suggestion. Lord, you have successfully broken through to the late-stage divine, Star Venerate, so you are the overlord here. However, if you want to go further, you must leave this place and go to the next place. Otherwise, the resources here will not allow you to break through to a stronger level. The resources here are too scarce. Powerhouses who have broken through to the late-stage divine, Star Venerate, will not stay here. Some will even choose to leave when they reach the mid-stage divine, Star Venerate. If I break through to the mid-stage divine, Star Venerate, I will probably want to leave this place too." Star God Star Venerate suggested that Eteonion leave this place and go to the next area. There was no future to speak of here. This was similar to what Eteonion thought. Even if this was a paradise for great Star Venerates and ordinary divine Star Venerates, those with high cultivation had already reached the peak, and it was difficult to go further. It seems like I am thinking the same thing. Tianyun looked at him and said with a smile, "Do you want to go with me?" "This indeed. I have thought of leaving this place before, but my cultivation is too low. Generally speaking, it is best not to leave this place unless you are at the mid-stage divine, star venerate or above. Now, if you come with me, I'll have some confidence." Mei Qing God star venerable smiled embarrassedly. He had always wanted to leave this place, but his cultivation was too low. Even his companion's cultivation was not as high. Under such circumstances, they could not leave even if they wanted to. Only by leaving this place and going to a wider world could they obtain more opportunities. "It seems like you have your eyes on me?" Tianyun smiled faintly. No, absolutely not. It was just a suggestion. After all, with your cultivation, you are the overlord here, but it will be difficult to go further. If you don't want to leave, I am also willing to stay here. However, if you leave, it will be along the way. Star God Star Venerate quickly waved his hand. He was sincerely making this suggestion. "All right, I won't say anything unnecessary. It is normal for you to think for yourself." Tianyun waved his hand and said calmly, "Get ready, we will leave." He did not hesitate at all. He also knew that Red Moon Planet could not satisfy his breakthrough. Judging from the current situation, there were no resources for him to improve the level of his unique Star Dharma idol. If he did not improve it, his cultivation could not improve. As for dealing with ancient behemoths, it would be even more difficult. God knew how many heavenly star supremes there were down there. If a few of them came, he would not be able to handle them. "Yes, sir." Star God Star Venerate was overjoyed. What he was most afraid of was that Tianyun would choose to stay here. It was not that he was worried about not being able to go to other areas, but that this would really limit Tianyun's development. He could still leave after breaking through to the middle stage divine, Star Venerate. It was just a matter of time. "By the way, can you call a few more friends? They also want to go together." Star God Star Venerate said, a little embarrassed. "Those Star God Star Venerates who fought with us before, right?" Tianyun raised his eyebrows. Star God Star Venerate did not dare to look Tianyun in the eye. He braced himself and nodded. "Yes, that's them. I wonder if they can go together? No need to be embarrassed. They have all contributed, so they can go together." Tianyun waved his hand, not minding at all. If they did not contribute and still dared to make this request, he would definitely refuse. Chapter 23:18. The change in Divine Star Venerate, Mei Qing's attitude towards Tianyun was very obvious. From treating him as an equal before to being extremely respectful now, he really treated him as a follower. This change was completely due to the change in his cultivation base. Strength was the prerequisite to being recognized. Without strength, even if he was recognized on the surface, he would not be recognized in his heart. "Come here, all of you." Divine Star Venerate Mei Qing waved his hand, and soon 2 figures appeared in front of him. They were none other than Jean Ilan and Divine Star Venerate Yulan. The 2 of them had put in a lot of effort in the previous battle, and they had also put in a lot of effort. Tianyun still had a good impression of them. "Greetings, Divine Star Venerate." After they came over, they smiled awkwardly, feeling very embarrassed. They had come to find Tianyun because they wanted a super powerhouse to lead the way. Having a Divine Star Venerate powerhouse to open the path would definitely be much better than having a few people with low cultivation bases. They had seen Tianyun's power with such a powerful force. If they followed him, it would be very safe and their chances of success would be much higher. "It seems that you have already made preparations," said Tianyun with a smile. "Sir, they also want to leave together. Since Sir wants to leave, let's go together. This way, We will all have an additional guarantee. With Sir's powerful strength, any strong enemy will be no problem. Divine, Star Venerate Mei Qing flattered on the side. There's no need to say anything else. You guys worked so hard before. Even if you didn't tell me, I would have asked for your opinions. Yi Tianyun smiled. If they had been bystanders before, they would have definitely ignored them. Thank you, Divine Star Venerate. The two of them were extremely surprised. At least, they did not leave a bad impression on Yi Tianyun. This time no one came, right? Yi Tianyun looked at Divine Star Venerate Mei Qing and asked, No, really no one came. Divine Star Venerate Mei Qing waved his hand repeatedly, indicating that there was really no one, but it caused the other two to roar with laughter. All right, let's go now. Immediately after, Yi Tianyun brought them and soared into the sky, leaving Scarlet Moon Star. The area they were heading to was rather remote. Even if they had a clear direction, they wouldn't know what would happen along the way. The reason why one had to be at least a Divine Star Venerable in order to leave this place was mainly because the journey was too dangerous. One shouldn't think that a Divine Star Venerable was truly invincible. That was only invincible in a safe area. In the unknown areas outside, one might not necessarily be invincible. Perhaps in the next second, he would completely leave this world. Normally, it would be nothing more than the appearance of a spatial maelstrom or the attack of some starry sky sea demons. These were all headaches, especially the starry sky sea demons. They had encountered them in the lower realm, and now they were here as well. It was just that their cultivation wasn't that ordinary. It was common for them to have the cultivation of a divine, Star Venerable. This was why they didn't dare to travel casually. One had to be at least a mid-stage divine, Star Venerable, to be able to move alone. Generally speaking, no one would act alone. Having more people to help would undoubtedly be much better. After locking onto the direction, Yi Tianyun brought the others and flew forward at top speed. He was purely relying on his physical body to fly. Just relying on his physical body to fly was also very shocking, for streaks of light rushed forward. According to the map, this is the way. Yi Tianyun took out the astrolabe. There was a complete route on it, guiding them to the next planet. Exploration of the outside world had never stopped. It was said that this route had been drawn a long time ago by many pioneering explorers. In the end, they had obtained such a perfect plan. It could be said that this route was the safest route. However, this safest route didn't mean that there was absolutely no danger at all. Instead, it was much better than the other routes that had a slim chance of survival. Yi Tianyun couldn't help but sigh at this map. Such a precious map can be obtained at any time. It's completely open to the public, and you don't even need to pay any money to get this precious map. As for whether it was true or not, Yi Tianyun wasn't very sure. In any case, whether it was true or not, he had to give it a try with this map. Without this map, there wouldn't even be a route. They would have to cross the river in the dark along the way. After they made a turn, they suddenly saw a pitch-black road with many skeletons on it. These skeletons didn't just belong to cultivators. There were also the skeletons of giant beasts and oceanic demons lying on this road. They suddenly stopped and were stunned by the situation in front of them. There was actually a pitch-black road in this void. In fact, this wasn't some great path. Instead, it was the meteorites floating around. After being shattered into powder, they gradually solidified into a path. It looked very strange. The most terrifying thing was that there were many corpses on it, including many of the corpses of cultivators. At a glance, it was obvious that these corpses belonged to divine, Star Venerates. What's going on? Divine, Star Venerates Mei Qing and the others were dumbfounded. How could they have encountered such a terrifying scene on the road? How much do you know about the situation on this road? Tianyan held the astrolabe in his hand, but his spiritual awareness spread out rapidly in all directions, locking onto every corner. We don't know anything at all. We only know that we can reach our destination through this road. We don't know anything else. Divine Star Venerate Mei Qing looked at the corpses, his face slightly pale. They all felt the aura of a Divine Star Venerate from these skeletons, which meant that those who died here were all Divine Star Venerates. At a glance, there were at least thousands of them, which meant that thousands of Divine Star Venerates had died here. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Could there be some kind of danger all around? At this thought, their hair stood on end, and they felt a little afraid. Let's go. Tianyan didn't hesitate. He took them and flew towards another road. They didn't have to go this way. They could go another way. The situation in front of them wasn't very clear, so leaving was the best choice. His cultivation wasn't low, but he didn't dare to be careless. Just as they were about to leave, the pile of skeletons suddenly moved. One by one, they climbed up from that road, then walked over while swaying their bones. You're here, and you still want to leave? The skeletons suddenly spoke in human language, which scared them all. Divine Star Venerate Mei Qing, and the others' faces turned pale. They glanced over casually. These skeletons had all stood up. Even if they didn't have the power they had when they were alive, they could still erupt with at least half of their power. There were thousands of skeletons, which meant that there were thousands of Divine Star Venerates. Chapter 23:19. There were so many Divine Star Venerable skeletons. It wasn't that they were cowards, but how were they supposed to fight against so many of them? Thousands of Divine Star Venerable skeletons, even if they were skeletons, had strong combat power. If they surrounded them, wouldn't they just be waiting for death? Especially when they thought about it carefully, the situation was definitely not simple. So many Divine Star Venerables had died here, so there must be a huge problem. If they didn't leave now, it would be too late for them. Tianyan took the lead and fled to the side. Mei Qing Divine Star Venerable, and the others also erupted with all their strength and rushed forward. This scene was really too frightening. Even facing the ancient giant beasts wasn't this frightening. If thousands of Divine Star Venerables besieged those ancient giant beasts, they would definitely be blasted to pieces. Now that they had all died here, it was enough to show that the situation was not simple. It could even be said to be extremely dangerous. I said, don't even think about leaving now that you're here. Suddenly, many skeletons kept surrounding them. They didn't come from the side path, but from behind. Obviously, they had been lying in ambush and were waiting for them to escape. D***MN. There are so many here, too. When they saw the many skeletons swarming over, their expressions became even uglier. There were also many skeletons here. There were dozens of skeletons surrounding them, all of them at the Divine Star Venerable level. Even if they couldn't stop them, it wouldn't be a problem to delay them for a while. As long as the skeletons behind them surrounded them, everything would be over. Kill our way out. Tianyan took the lead and charged forward. His power directly erupted, and the power of the 8-color Emperor Dragon was displayed. At the same time, 10 Star Venerable level weapons flashed. As he charged forward, the surrounding skeletons were all shattered into powder. His terrifying power could even kill a living Divine Star Venerable in a second, let alone these skeletons. As he charged forward, he easily opened up a path for these skeletons. They couldn't even stop him for a breath's time. This is the 5-color Emperor Dragon's inheritor. The skeleton was suddenly stunned, then started laughing. I didn't expect to meet the 5-color Emperor Dragon's inheritor. I can't let him go." The skeleton laughed heartily, and the countless skeletons behind it scattered before piecing together to form an incomparably large skeleton in an instant. This was a giant skeleton that was pieced together from thousands of divine, star venerables. Its battle prowess suddenly increased by a large margin, especially with the addition of a cold flame in its heart, as if it had an additional soul. After transforming into such a terrifying giant skeleton, its battle prowess instantly soared. From the aura it emitted, it was clearly at the peak of the late-stage divine, star venerable realm. In fact, it was much stronger than a divine, star venerable at its peak. This had probably reached the level of a half-step heavenly star supremacy. With so many skeletons pieced together, how could its power be weak? Damn it, there's such a perverted ability. When Mei Qing God, Star Venerable, and the others saw this, their expressions changed drastically. It was already heaven-defying enough to be proficient in it, yet he could still unleash such an ability? It seems like there's someone manipulating the situation from behind the scenes. If we can drag him out, we'll be able to get rid of him. Tianyun continued to lead them forward, but the skeleton's speed was even more astonishing. With a single step, it easily closed the distance between them. The main reason was that Mei Qing God Star Venerable and the others were too slow. They were definitely much slower than a half-step heavenly star supremacy, so they were easily caught up. The enemy is in the dark while we're in the light. I can't find out where he is at all. Mei Qing God Star Venerable and the others kept spreading out in all directions, but they still couldn't find any traces. At that moment, Tianyun suddenly stopped and quickly turned around. He stepped on the void beneath his feet and shattered the stars. Immediately after, he turned into a huge stream of light and blasted directly at the flames on the chest of the giant skeleton. Because it was too sudden, the skeleton only reacted when he was about to reach the giant skeleton. It quickly waved its palm and slapped over, but everything was too slow. By the time it reacted, Tianyun had already rushed over and dispersed the cold flame. The cold flame was dispersed, and the entire giant skeleton directly exploded to the side with a bang. Many divine, Star Venerable skeletons were blown into powder by this explosion. Hundreds and thousands of divine, Star Venerable skeletons were destroyed just like that. This was the disadvantage brought about by the fusion. If the core was destroyed, then the other skeletons might also be destroyed. The effect was very obvious now. Just one blow had destroyed most of the skeletons. Normally, it would take a lot of time to attack the skeletons one by one, especially when they were surrounded and attacked fiercely. It was even more difficult. Now that it had fused, it made it much easier for Tianyun. He then used a surprise attack to counterattack fiercely, and in the end, he easily destroyed a large pile of divine, Star Venerable skeletons. Damn it, you actually destroyed so many of my treasures. Do you know how much effort I spent to collect so many skeletons? At this moment, a figure emerged from the side. It was not a skeleton, but a cultivator who looked like a skeleton. It was definitely not an ordinary cultivator, and it was the first race that Tianyun had seen. Bone Spirit Race. Tianyun's appraisal eyes clearly saw the other party's detailed information. Bone Spirit Race, one of the extremely ferocious ancient races. They have the ability to control skeletons. When they see experts, they like to kill them and then make them into controllable skeletons to enhance their own strength. You actually recognize me? The Bone Spirit Race's eyes were filled with scarlet light and murderous intent. Then all the more I can't let you live. This Bone Spirit Race's cultivation was also not low. He was a late-stage divine, Star Venerable. If he did not have such a powerful cultivation, he really would not be able to make so many skeletons. After all, These skeletons were all divine, Star Venerable powerhouses when they were alive. If he wanted to kill them, he would definitely need a powerful cultivation. Is that so? Then why don't you give it a try? Etienne's eyes were cold. He had a hunch that many of these skeletons came from Red Moon Planet. This meant that some divine, Star Venerable powerhouses who were looking forward to going to the New World had all died here. Either this map was real, and the Bone Spirit race was lying in ambush here, or the map was fake, and they had deliberately lured them here to become the skeletons of the Bone Spirit race. Forget about the former. If it was the latter, then it would be serious. This kind of strategy was simply equivalent to destroying the future of Red Moon Planet here. Chapter 23:20. The Bone Spirit waved his hand. Suddenly, countless wronged souls rushed out of his body and rushed toward Etienne from all directions. Almost in an instant, they surrounded Etienne's escape route. There was basically no way for him to escape. The wronged souls that rushed over let out shrill screams, which were very ear-piercing and seemed to penetrate one's soul. When Etienne saw this, he said with a strange expression, "Is this your killing move?" Not to mention Etienne, even Divine, Star Venerable, Mei-Ching, and the others had strange expressions when they saw this. If it had been any other ability, they would have been more cautious. Who knew that it would release a bunch of wronged souls? The number of wronged souls was extremely shocking. There were at least 1,000 of them. Among them, there were 700 to 800 great Star Venerables, dozens of divine Star Venerables, and the rest were Star Venerables. It had to be said that the number was not bad, but it was much worse than what Etienne had controlled before. The key was that what was the point of releasing wronged souls? That's right, this is my killing move. Let these wronged souls bite you until you collapse. Ha ha ha. The Bone Spirit laughed loudly. His eyes were full of madness. It was as if he could foresee Etienne being bitten by countless wronged souls until he screamed in pain. With so many wronged souls, even a divine Star Venerable cultivator would have a hard time. This was the principle of ants biting an elephant to death. If this is your killing move, then I'm really disappointed. Etienne looked at him with a pitiful gaze. This was the same principle as when someone used the Dragon Clan's Star Dharma Laksana to act arrogantly in front of him. He had a holy soul bloodline, which was a level stronger than the Bone Spirit. In terms of controlling skeletons, he was definitely no match for him. However, in terms of controlling wronged souls, the Bone Spirit in front of him was definitely no match for him. Disappointed? Don't worry, you won't be able to speak later. The Bone Spirit showed a contemptuous look. He felt that Etienne was so pathetic that he didn't even know that danger was coming. Is that so? Then I would like to see how you can make me speechless. Etienne did not run away. Instead, he walked towards the Bone Spirit clan. He looked very leisurely and did not take the vengeful spirits surrounding him seriously. Arrogant! Bite him! The Bone Spirit clan snorted, raised his hand and pointed forward, controlling the ghosts to rush towards Etienne. Soon, countless wronged souls rushed toward Etienne. When the wronged souls got close to Etienne, they were stunned for a moment and then swarmed toward the Bone Spirit clan. Instead of biting Etienne, they turned around and surrounded the Bone Spirit clan. What's going on? The Bone Spirit clan was dumbfounded. He felt that his control over the wronged souls had disappeared all of a sudden, and he could not sense them at all. The next moment, all the vengeful spirits surrounded him and bit at him like crazy. Get out of my way. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to attack him? The Bone Spirit clan waved his attack and constantly shattered the wronged souls that came close to him. But these wronged souls did not understand. The order they received was to keep attacking the Bone Spirit clan. Soon, a fish that escaped the net fiercely drilled into his body and then rushed to his soul. Ah, ah, ah. Damn it, what's going on? The Bone Spirit Clan screamed. The severe pain from his soul made him completely stunned. I was the one who controlled them. Why did they suddenly counterattack? I have said that if this is your killing move, then I am very disappointed. You can control the wronged souls, so can I, and it seems that I can control them better than you. Eteonyon smiled slightly. Now, he did not need to do anything. He just needed to watch the result from the side. How is it possible? You are a human. How can you control the wronged souls? These are the wronged souls that I have worked so hard to subdue. How can you control them? The Bone Spirit Clan still could not believe it, but the fact was in front of him. He could only believe it. What he could do now was to constantly fight back and destroy the wronged souls that he had worked so hard to capture. This made him both angry and heartbroken. These were the wronged souls that he had spent a lot of effort to cultivate. Now that they were destroyed by him, how could he not feel heartbroken? But now was not the time to feel heartbroken. If he did not resist, the result would be his death. As he continued to fight back, more and more wronged souls were killed. Correspondingly, he was also attacked many times, and his screams were endless. His face was even more pale. There was no blood in it, and now it looked even paler. His soul was constantly being eaten. It was impossible for the situation to get better. Finally, when he broke a hole and wanted to escape, Eteonyon quickly blocked in front of him. I also want to say something. Since you are here, don't think of leaving. Eteonyon smiled at him. The smile looked normal, but in the eyes of the Bone Spirit Clan, it was so terrifying. You are the one who will die. The Bone Spirit Clan suddenly burst out a powerful force and bombarded Eteonyon. Obviously, he was prepared. Eteonyon had caused him to lose so many wronged souls. In his rage, he had chosen to endure it. He knew that when he escaped, Eteonyon would definitely stop him. Therefore, at this time, he immediately burst out his strongest move, Deadbone Spike. As he waved, his arm turned into a huge spike covered with countless skeletons, and there were screams coming from the skeletons. At this time, his arm was like a cave of thousands of demons, and there were countless demons sealed in it. The gigantic spike pierced through the void, piercing towards them. Wherever it passed, it would be accompanied by ghostly wails and wolf howls, as well as a terrifying red light. If one was pierced by it, even if they didn't die, they would suffer an extremely terrifying curse. Don't worry, I haven't had enough fun yet. Eteonyon raised his hand, and a large number of wronged souls pounced on it. There were hundreds of divine, venerable wronged souls among them. After the countless wronged souls pounced on it, some of them immediately melted into nothingness or were sucked into the spike as soon as they came into contact with it. It was very obvious that if one was stabbed, their soul would be sucked out. The reason the Bone Spirit Clan could collect so many wronged souls should be related to this. However, it was meaningless to Eteonyon. He did not intend to do it himself, but relied on the wronged souls. What's going on? Facing the many divine, venerable wronged souls pouncing on him, the Bone Spirit Clan was horrified. He did not expect Eteonyon to bring so many wronged souls with him, and they were all at the divine, venerable level. As he waved his hand fiercely, some of the divine, venerable wronged souls were pierced. However, there were too many of them, and many of them drilled into his body and frantically gnawed at his soul. He had suffered quite a bit of soul damage before, and now that he was going all out to attack, he was much weaker in terms of defense. After Eteonyon threw out a bunch of wronged souls, he was immediately hit. Chapter 23:21. When the Bone Spirit was almost completely devoured by the vengeful spirits, he entered a semi-conscious state. At this time, Eteonyon flew over and grabbed his head. You monster. The bone spirit still had a little bit of consciousness, but he couldn't resist. His soul was seriously injured, and it was difficult for him to move. Monster? That's better than you being a pervert. Tianyun didn't follow him. Gather? That word. Hook. Kroyan chu. Yen chai zun mi zun. Tugu sun zun. Shin. Barricade cup roast old sheath. Grain-changing hexagram. After searching his memory, the Bone Spirit clan, who still had a little bit of consciousness left, muttered, You monster! You can actually search my memory. Bang! Tianyun squeezed his head and didn't bother to explain anything to him. Ding! Successfully killed a member of the Bone Spirit clan. Reward: 5 billion star energy, 3,000 kill points. Obtained the Bone Spirit bloodline, can control skeletons. Land of Bones, rare. Bone Stone, rare. Land of Bones, can teleport to an area full of skeletons. Degree of danger, unknown. Bone Stone, can be used to create extremely powerful skeleton puppets. When he killed the Bone Spirit clan, the reward he received was quite generous. Directly obtaining the Bone Spirit clan's bloodline meant that he could also control these skeletons. Combined with the Land of Bones, he didn't have to worry about not having enough skeletons to control. Not bad. The reward is generous. There was no surprise in Etienne's eyes, only coldness. Sir, what's the situation? They all felt that Etienne's expression wasn't right. They all flew over and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. They had finally gotten rid of this guy. Otherwise, another pile of skeletons would appear, and that would be really difficult to deal with. That map of planet Crimson Moon was made by this guy. He deliberately lured a divine, Star Venerable, over, and then killed him. Even though Etienne had expected this, he still felt that it was very cruel when he found out the truth. He had trained so hard for so long, but he had entered the tiger's mouth and become one of the many skeletons. Especially with the methods of the Bone Spirit clan, they would definitely be extremely ruthless. Their deaths would definitely be very painful. They had also guessed it, but when they confirmed it, they were still very shocked and even a little angry. Didn't many of their seniors die in the hands of this guy? All of them had the hope of becoming stronger, so they left Red Moon Star and went to other areas. Who would have thought that they would die at the hands of the Bone Spirit clan? This guy deserves to die. Jean-Elan's beautiful eyes flashed with anger. One of my seniors came here a long time ago and also flew here according to that map. Seems like he was also killed. They had good relationships with many Divine Star Venerables, and when they thought about how their friends had died in this guy's hands, they felt extremely furious. If the Bone Spirit clan hadn't died, they would have tortured them again. Yes, many of our Red Moon Star's experts died in his hands, and it was very painful. Etienne sighed deeply. Not only our Red Moon Star, but the surrounding planets similar to Red Moon Star have also suffered from this poison. This guy was just waiting for a rabbit to come. He spread out the map and waited quietly, and there would be a steady stream of Divine Star Venerables coming. Those Divine Star Venerables all came with a vision of a beautiful future, but who knew that they would all be killed? The gap in cultivation made it so that none of them could escape. The Bone Spirit clan's cultivation was astonishing, and it was easy for some inexperienced Divine Star Venerables to get rid of them. According to the Bone Spirit clan's memories, none of them could escape, and all of them were killed. After all, his cultivation was already strong enough, and with the help of so many skeletons and vengeful spirits, it was basically impossible for him to escape. This bastard. Divine Star Venerable Mei Qing's eyes were red. He couldn't help but feel sad when he thought of his friends. Sigh. Fortunately, we had the help of our Lord. Otherwise, we would have also been killed. Divine Star Venerable Yulan sighed. still in a state of palpitation. The Bone Spirit clan just now was really too powerful, so powerful that it made them feel powerless and unable to resist. Yes, if the three of us had come by ourselves, we would have really died here. Divine, Star Venerable, Mei Qing smiled bitterly. If they had really come, they would have come here based on this astrolabe. At that time, they would definitely encounter the Bone Spirit clan, and only death would await them. They had no other choice. After all, there were no other maps to choose from, unless they wandered around randomly. Thinking about it carefully, it was fortunate that they weren't in a hurry to come over. With Yi Tianyun leading the way, it was really much safer. They had heard that this place was very dangerous, but they hadn't expected that the real danger was not the sea demons, but the Bone Spirit clan, who were also cultivators. No wonder so many divine Star Venerables hadn't come back. They had all died here, so how could they come back? All the families were looking forward to the return of their patriarchs, but the real situation was that they had died on the way before reaching the next planet. Now that he has been dealt with, all that's left is to draw the real map and bring it to Red Moon Planet. This kind of situation won't happen again in the future, said Yi Tianyun. Yes, we have to correct this mistake. When we really arrive at Hidden Dragon Planet, we will draw the map and bring it back to Red Moon Planet. They had already decided that without a map, the powerhouses of Scarlet Moon Planet would really be like headless flies, scurrying around aimlessly. Okay, then let's go to Hidden Dragon Planet now. Yi Tianyun led them to another area, which was completely different from this one. Originally, the Bone Spirit clan had deliberately led them to a remote area, so how could it be the real route? Now that he had the memories of the Bone Spirit clan, of course he knew where the real route was. As for the wrong route of the surrounding planets, he would let them solve it themselves. Yi Tianyun had no obligation to help. However, after helping to deal with the Bone Spirit clan, the rest was to explore more. At least there was still hope of finding Hidden Dragon Planet, so they wouldn't die here. As they flew all the way, they headed to Hidden Dragon Planet at an astonishing speed. After flying for a while, they suddenly saw an incomparably huge spirit boat shuttling past in front of them and then stopping by the side. Hey, do you need to take a spirit boat to Hidden Dragon Planet? At this time, someone came down from above and looked at the four of them with a smile. His eyes sparkled as if he had smelled the scent of money. Chapter 23-22. Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up when he saw the spirit boat floating over. If he could take a Star Venerable spirit boat, it would definitely shorten the journey by a lot. The Hidden Dragon Star was too far away. According to the Bone Spirit's memory, it would take several months to get there if they flew at full speed. And that didn't include running into other dangers on the way. If they ran into other dangers, the journey would be even longer. Now that they had a Star Venerable spirit boat, things would be different. A Star Venerable spirit boat was much more precious than a Star Venerable weapon. They were not on the same level. Except for the fact that their levels were the same, they were not on the same level at all. In terms of price, a Star Venerable spirit boat was equivalent to 20 Star Venerable weapons. That was why it was so scary. It was too expensive to build a Star Venerable spirit boat. It was impossible to have a Star Venerable spirit boat if one was not rich enough. If you fly alone, you won't be able to get there without a few months. And that's under the assumption that there is no danger. We are quite safe here, and we can fly very fast. We can go there on the way. I don't ask for much. As for the four of you, you just have to pay a Star Venerable treasure. Wu Yang thought for a while and gave them a suitable price. Wu Yang's cultivation was not low. He was a divine, Star Venerable in the late stage. Since he could stay on this Star Venerable spirit boat, he must not be simple. A Star Venerable treasure. They were shocked. Wu Yang was asking for too much. On the Red Moon planet, they had worked very hard to get a star venerable treasure. Even if they were divine star venerables, they could only get 2 or 3 star venerable treasures at most. Now, they had to pay a star venerable treasure just for one trip. It was really a high price. That's right, a star venerable treasure for 4 people. What? You think it's too expensive? Wu Yang looked at their shocked faces, shook his head, and said with a smile, "That's right. It depends on which fallen planet you are from. Star venerable treasures are indeed rare. I'm in a good mood. If it were someone else, I would ask for at least 1 star venerable treasure for each of you. Do you believe me?" This, Mei Qing, celestial star venerable, and the others looked at Yi Tianyun. The real decision-maker was still Yi Tianyun. Wu Yang also looked at Yi Tianyun. It was obvious that Yi Tianyun was the one in charge. In terms of cultivation, he was indeed the strongest amongst them. "Wu Yang, did you help those country bumpkins out of kindness again?" At this moment, a beautiful woman walked out leisurely. She looked at them with disdain. What's the point of helping them all the time? And they only took a star venerable level treasure. It's such a loss. Putting everything else aside, he should at least accept 2 of them. 1 was too little. Everyone else accepts more than 4, and it's up to them if they want to do it. "Little sister, how can you say that?" Wu Yang was a little displeased. One look at them, and you can tell that they are loose cultivators who have just come out to explore the world. It just so happens that we are going back on the same way. What's wrong with bringing them along? It's up to you. Anyway, the spiritual boat is yours. You can do whatever you want. Wu Wanxin snorted coldly. Then she turned around and walked back. Wu Wanxin was obviously angry. It seemed that she was not from an ordinary family. She was the daughter of a great family. It was obvious that she did not care about a star venerable level treasure. Even if it was 4 star venerable level treasures, she would not be willing to take others along. On the contrary, Wu Yang was quite nice. He had a good heart, and his price was fair enough. Yi Tianyun realized that they were not deceiving him. Wu Yang was quite nice. He was willing to help others, and the price he offered was even lower. Although it was on the same way, how many people would be willing to take others along? It was quite dangerous to take someone on a spiritual boat who was neither a relative nor a friend, and they did not know each other. Under normal circumstances, people would not bother to pay attention to them. They would just fly over directly. When they were flying to the hidden dragon planet, Yi Tianyun sent some spiritual boats flying by, but they did not bother to pay attention to them. Only Wu Yang's boat stopped. This gave him a good impression of Wu Yang. Wu Yang was really nice to help in such a situation, but his younger sister was different. She was proud and looked down on them. Even though their cultivations were about the same, their statuses were different. Of course, they looked down on each other. Even if their cultivations were the same, their bloodlines, martial arts techniques, and the use of weapons were also important. It was easy for a gap to widen in these aspects. A high level of cultivation did not necessarily mean a strong cultivator. Sometimes a person with a special bloodline could turn the tables easily. For example, the Bone Spirit clan could control ghosts and skeletons. It was quite easy for them to deal with opponents at the same level. It was just that they happened to run into Yi Tianyun, who was their nemesis. Otherwise, many practitioners would not have been able to escape from him. I hope you don't mind my younger sister's words. That's just how she is. Wu Yang was embarrassed. He had said such harsh words. If it had been anyone else, they would not have been happy. Everyone has their own way of thinking. I can understand. Yi Tianyun could not be bothered to lower himself to Wu Wanxin's level. He smiled and said to Wu Yang, "Since you're so kind, let's take the spirit boat to Hidden Dragon Star. I'll leave it to you. Don't mention it. When we're outside, we should help each other." Wu Yong smiled and gestured for them to follow him onto the spirit boat. When they boarded the spirit boat, they saw that the interior was luxuriously decorated. But the most shocking thing was that there were many guards inside. These guards were all at the divine, Star Venerable level. Although they were only at the early stage, there were many of them. There were more than 10 of them. No wonder they let people board the boat so casually, with so many guards who would dare to mess around. Yi Tianyan swept his gaze over them. It was obvious that they had just returned from a mission. Otherwise, they would not have brought so many guards with them. These guards were not simple. They just stood at the side and looked at them warily from time to time. If Yi Tianyan and the others acted rashly and did something wrong, they would definitely be attacked by them. "Make yourselves at home. There are many seats over there. Feel free to take a seat." Wu Yong was quite cordial. He gestured for them to sit on the chairs and wait for them to arrive at their destination. "Thank you, my friend." Yi Tianyan was not here either. "Gather, remember, close, chow, luo, seed, knock, wave, right, pull, chow, nuo, about drought." It seemed that they were really on the way. They were busy with many things. In Yi Tianyan's opinion, he had offered to give them a Star Venerable level treasure to boost their self-esteem. They did not have to owe each other favors, which comforted him a lot. If they rode on the spirit boat for free, they would owe each other a favor. Wu Yong did not want them to owe each other favors, so he offered a very low price. It was a simple deal. Chapter 23:23. Yi Tianyan and the others stayed there obediently, waiting for their destination. In fact, they couldn't even walk around casually. With so many guards watching them, they could only move around in this small area at most. They probably couldn't move around in other places. It didn't feel good to be watched all the time. These guards weren't deliberately watching them. They just happened to be there, so the guards subconsciously patrolled along the way. They didn't have any special intentions. Of course, if they acted rashly and wanted to do something bad, they would immediately take action. I don't know what kind of big family this is, but there are so many powerhouses just like that. Divine Star Venerates are really worthless here. When Divine Star Venerate Mei Qing saw that the guards in front of him were all early-stage Divine Star Venerates, he immediately felt a little depressed. They had painstakingly cultivated to the Divine Star Venerate level, yet they could only be regarded as guards here. Don't think that way. It's not that easy to break through to the Divine Star Venerate level. They're probably going to carry out some kind of mission, so the cultivation level they brought can't be too low. If it's too low, they won't be able to complete the mission at all. You can't see that they look tired and injured. It's obvious that they just finished a big battle not long ago. Yi Tianyan observed very carefully. Divine Star Venerate Mei Qing and the others could see it too, but they felt a little frustrated, so they didn't have the mood to observe for a while. That's true. It seems like our mentality is still too ordinary. Divine Star Venerate Mei Qing and the others laughed dryly. On Scarlet Moon Planet, they could do as they pleased, and no one dared to disobey them. Here, they encountered a large number of Divine Star Venerates. Although they were already prepared, they still felt a little frustrated when they really encountered them. Through the records in the books, they knew that the outside world was wider and had more amazing resources. However, if they left, they wouldn't be able to dominate there. Even if their status wouldn't be low, it wouldn't be as high as it was here. Actually, it's about the same. Yi Tianyan recalled that a long time ago, when he came up from the lower realm, he had seen many so-called god emperors. They could only be considered ordinary here, belonging to the lower ranks. This treatment was really hard for many cultivators to accept. Of course, it wasn't so exaggerated here. Wu Yang was a descendant of a big family, and his cultivation was also at the divine, star venerate level, which was enough to prove that the difficulty was not low. As time passed, they chatted casually and discussed their goals when they went to Hidden Dragon Planet. They couldn't possibly go to the Hidden Dragon Planet without a goal, could they? In any case, they had nothing to do here, so they casually discussed. However, they didn't discuss for long, when suddenly there was a dong sound. The entire spirit boat seemed to have hit something hard. Everyone inside swayed, but they quickly stood up. Tianyun and the rest quickly stood up. Even though the spirit boat was shaking violently, they could still stand steadily. It wasn't just them, even the other guards were the same. All of them stood firmly on the spot with solemn expressions. Under such circumstances, he must have encountered some special circumstances. The guards, in particular, quickly surrounded the exit, waiting to move out. Wu Yang, I know you're inside. Stop hiding. At this moment, a low voice came from outside. At this moment, Wu Yang and Wu Wanxin walked out of the spirit boat with solemn expressions. When they saw Tianyun, they smiled. My friend, I'm sorry. Something happened, so I probably won't be able to take you to Hidden Dragon Planet. I'll send you out now. Brother, you still care about this at a time like this? Wu Wanxin was so angry that she stamped her foot, extremely dissatisfied. What can I care about? Whatever you have to do it to the end. Wu Yang said sternly in a teaching tone. Humph. Wu Wanxin didn't listen to him at all. Wu Yang shook his head and didn't say anything else. He raised his hand to open the spirit boat's door and sent them out. As soon as they walked out, a mocking laugh came from the side. You're finally willing to come out. I thought you'd be like a turtle hiding in its shell, unwilling to come out. Tianyun looked in the direction of the voice and found that a large group of divine, star venerates had surrounded this place. They had set up an inescapable net, sealing this place tightly. It was very obvious that they had come prepared. Moreover, they had predicted that Wu Yang would pass by here, so they had set up a sealing formation around them, so that they couldn't escape. The man in the lead seemed to be very familiar with Wu Yang. His cultivation base was also in the divine star venerate late stage, and he faintly exuded an extremely dangerous aura. He was probably a ruthless person with extremely strong abilities. This could be seen from the few cultivators standing on the side. Each of them looked extremely murderous, and they were obviously not easy to deal with. Sakinen, it seems that you really dare to make a move. Wu Yang's eyes were cold. Why wouldn't I dare to make a move? Obediently hand over the supreme grass you obtained, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Sakinen waved the giant blade in his hand, filled with murderous intent. Wait, we'll talk about this later. These few people are just passers-by. I picked them up along the way, and they have nothing to do with our Wu family. Can you let them go first? At this time, Wu Yang was still pointing at Tianyun and the others, asking if he could let them go. Sakinen swept a glance at Tianyun and the others, then sneered. No, as long as you hand over the supreme grass, we'll leave immediately. We definitely won't touch a single hair on your body. Sakinen refused without hesitation, and basically didn't think much about it. You're harming the innocent. This matter has nothing to do with them at all. Wu Yang said in a low voice. Haven't I killed a lot of innocent people? Sakinen licked his lips and sneered. Also, don't treat me like a fool. If I let them go and find reinforcements, wouldn't my efforts be in vain? This time, it was useless for Wu Yang to say anything. If it was someone else, they wouldn't let Tianyun and the others go. Only God knew if they had connections. What they were most afraid of was letting them go and a large number of reinforcements would come. How could they fight then? I'm sorry, I've implicated all of you this time. Wu Yang smiled bitterly at Yi Tianyan and the others. It seemed that they really couldn't leave. It's okay. If that's the case, let's fight together. Yi Tianyan and the others didn't stand by and watch. Instead, they decided to resist Sakinen together. Yi Tianyan roughly understood the situation from their conversation. It was nothing more than Wu Yang's operation this time to find the supreme grass. Sakinen received the news and came over to surround and reap the benefits. This was undoubtedly the most shameful thing. Chapter 23-24. You must be careful when the fight starts. That was all Wu Yang could say. The other party was not weak, and they had come prepared. He would not be able to stop them. However, Yi Tianyan and the others' cultivation was not low, especially Yi Tianyan's. It should not be a problem for them to protect themselves. Yi Tianyan wanted the supreme grass, but it did not mean that he would participate in the fight. Wu Yang's character was not bad, and he was worthy of his admiration. Even at such a time, he did not forget to ask the enemy to let them leave first. Our luck is really bad. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. May Qing God Star venerate, and the others sighed deeply. They had not even reached Hidden Dragon Star, and they had already encountered the Bone Spirit clan. Now, they were being intercepted. They had thought that they had met a good person who could easily get them to Hidden Dragon Star, who knew that he would have a treasure. In a situation where one had a treasure, it would indeed greatly increase the degree of danger. Therefore, it could be said that this situation was inevitable. That was the supreme grass, a miraculous medicine that could help people break through to Star Venerate. Who would not be tempted? If anyone broke through to Star Venerate, they would really be in charge of a region. Even though there were many resources outside, miraculous medicines like this were still very rare. If it could be found everywhere, Star Venerates would have been everywhere. Bad luck? Yi Tianyan smiled and shook his head. That may not be the case. He looked around. Who knew? These people might be fat sheep. Since they had come to snatch the supreme grass, they might have prepared other miraculous medicines. Otherwise, they would not have been so eager to snatch Wu Yang's supreme grass. Yi Tianyan did not know what Wu Yang's real identity was, but he guessed that it could not be too bad. He was definitely from a big family, and he might even be a young master. Under such circumstances, the other party still dared to make a move. Either he had a shocking background, or he was taking a gamble. If Sakinen broke through to Star Venerate, would he be afraid of the force behind Wu Yang? From their words, they could tell that Sakinen had crossed paths with them before. Fat sheep. They were at a loss for words. Only Yi Tianyan would say that, thinking about Yi Tianyan's strength. And then looking at them, they really were fat sheep. The enemy wanted to slaughter them, but Yi Tianyan wanted to slaughter them. At the same time, Wu Yang and Sakinen faced off against each other. Their gazes collided, and the space around them distorted. Wu Yang, I'll ask you now, are you going to hand over the supreme grass or not? Sakinen took a step forward, his body flickering with terrifying lightning. He gripped a high-grade, heavenly venerate treasure tightly in his hand. His battle prowess was astonishing. The other people that Sakinen had brought along also stepped forward. The formation around them flickered, ready to attack at any time. They had already made all their preparations. When they truly erupted, it would definitely be an astonishing might. At that time, they would either die or be severely injured. They had all come prepared. If they couldn't even do this, they might as well kill themselves. Wu Yang's gaze was ice cold. They had worked so hard to obtain the supreme grass. Who would be willing to hand it over just like that? Brother, why are you still following them? Wampy Chisel, benthic swimming painful grasshopper, stands upright, lemon rock bottle, hydra, castrate, inlay, play, hide z yao chisel ridge realm falcon, even, puh, and scattered nest trace skeleton, rake, locust lotus tiller skull, dirty feather beautiful quasi bosom, ox, ao ijong rebuke oxum, bibi runny chong still? Si bow. Let's not talk about Huan Yi's successor. Yi Tianyan frowned. Was Wu Wanxin trying to harm them? Wu Wanxin was still so arrogant at this time. The other party had already set up an inescapable net. Even if the Wu family sent people to rescue them, was it really good to provoke the other party now? Little sister, what are you talking about? Wu Yang was a little angry. Wasn't she trying to provoke the other party to make a move? Is there anything wrong with what I said? They're just a bunch of trash. They're used to being idle, yet they want to snatch food from our Wu family. How naive. Wu Wanxin crossed her arms and looked at them contemptuously, as if everyone other than her family was trash. I've long heard that the eldest daughter of the Wu family is very arrogant, but I didn't expect it to be true. You've spoiled her too much. She doesn't even know the current situation. Her cultivation has really gone to waste. Even a dog wouldn't be so arrogant, let alone not be able to observe the situation around it. Sakanin was not angered. Instead, he looked at her with a sad face and said, "Little sister, aren't you going to take a closer look at the situation around you? Not only am I stronger than you, but I've also set up the Saros Divine Array. Have you heard of the Saros Divine Array?" Saros Divine Array. What's that? Wu Wanxin didn't quite understand what kind of array it was, but after thinking about it, her expression changed slightly. Saros Divine Array. Is it the Divine Array with a maze? It seems that you're not too stupid. You know, a little about the Saros Divine Array. Yes, I have the Saros Divine Array here. I've spent a lot of effort to set it up here, not to mention escaping. Even if you were to fight, you might not even be able to see our real bodies clearly. Sakanin looked at her with disdain. Of course, the Wu family has put you on a pedestal. You haven't seen many fighting methods, right? Didn't you see how cautious your brother is? On the contrary, you're still disdainful. It's really sad. Suddenly, he flicked his finger, and a few swishing sounds were heard, followed by a scream from the side. Several guards exploded into a few clouds of blood mist. When they looked in the direction of the sound, they could only see a shadow flickering in the void. The real body could not be seen clearly. This is the effect of the Saros Divine Array. Little sister, can you see it clearly? Sakanin looked at Wu Wanxin contemptuously. I don't think you can see it at all, right? Not to mention you. Even your brother may not be able to see it clearly, right? You even let the guards break the array. I have to say that you're really ignorant. Your Wu family has such an ignorant existence. Is it really quite capable? You. Wu Wanxin quickly took out the token and crushed it. A divine light shot up into the sky. There was no doubt that this was a communication token, and it was a very powerful one. It had a strong penetrating power and could penetrate many seals to finally transmit the message to the Wu family. But in front of the Saros Divine Array, it seemed so small. After rushing up, it would be circled around and guided into a void. How could it be transmitted to the Wu family? TSK. I almost forgot to tell you that your communication token is also meaningless. Do you really think I'm an idiot? This place is not far from your Wu family. If you really transmit the message, then you'll lose the opportunity. Sakanin's expression became more and more ferocious. Chapter 23-25. Wu Wanxin had always looked down on them, mainly because she had all kinds of support. Not only did they have a lot of magic weapons, but they also had the Wu family as their backing, who dared to provoke them. As long as they did not provoke some big forces, they could basically do whatever they wanted in this area. Under such circumstances, Wu Wanxin became more and more arrogant and looked down on other cultivators, especially those who were not from Hidden Dragon Star. She looked down on them even more. Now, she was slapped in the face. Her method of asking for help was meaningless as it was absorbed by the Saros divine formation. Without this preparation, how would Sakanin dare to do this? After all, the Wu family was not far from here. If she asked for help, they would come quickly. They would not have to wait for too long. Keep trying. Don't you have a lot of communication tokens? They are specially made, and each one is very precious. You can't use them at will unless it's a critical moment. Sakanin motioned for Wu Wanxin to continue using it and was not in a hurry to attack. If possible, he just wanted to take the supreme grass instead of fighting them to the death. Even with the assistance of the Saros divine formation, if they really fought, there would definitely be casualties on their side. Therefore, if they kept pressuring the other party to hand over the supreme grass, everything would be easy. Wu Wanxin gritted her teeth. This was the first time she encountered such a thing. Wu Yang, you should teach your sister a lesson. Don't rely on the Wu family for everything. Without the Wu family, you are nothing. Sakanin snorted coldly. Not to mention Wu Yang. Wu Wanxin, in particular, made him very unhappy. Not to mention Sakanin. Even Yi Tianyun felt a little unhappy. He had seen many arrogant young ladies like Wu Wanxin. They all relied on their power and power to look down on others. My sister's situation is not up to you to teach her a lesson. Wu Yang stared coldly at Sakanin, especially those who want to take treasures from others. If you have the ability, go and pick it yourself instead of taking it from me. TSK. That's quite reasonable. But now, the one with the bigger fist is the one in the right. I think my fist is quite big. Either I die here or hand over the supreme grass. Make your choice. Sakanin waved his fist. His eyes were filled with killing intent. If they really wanted to fight, he would not hold back either. The battle prowess of Sakanin's side was indeed far superior to Wu Yang's side. They had 3 late-stage Divine Star Venerables, 7 or 8 mid-stage Divine Star Venerables, and early-stage Divine Star Venerables were even more numerous than Wu Yang's side. From the situation that could be seen with the naked eye, it was basically a one-sided suppression. In particular, he had the Saros divine formation. Just a little bit of it was enough to shock Wu Wanxin. They really couldn't see the attacks clearly. It seemed like no one was attacking, but in fact, someone was hiding in the void. The greatest effect of the Saros divine formation was concealment. If a spellcaster were to hide in the void, they would appear to be one with the void. It would be extremely difficult to find them. Apart from that, the Saros divine formation could also block the effects of voice transmissions. In fact, it was not against voice transmissions, but against any kind of energy. The effect of communication was actually to use an extremely powerful force to break through the area and finally deliver the message to the clan. Compared to ordinary voice transmissions, it was much more effective. It could break through many restrictions and even reach some remote regions. However, against the Saros divine formation, it had no effect at all. The Saros divine formation had another effect, which was absorption. It could absorb energy and absorb the opponent's attack into the void. The energy did not disappear. Instead, it kept twisting in the void until it completely disappeared. Brother, you can defeat them, right? Wu Wanxin asked from the side. Wu Yang didn't answer. He just stared at Sakanin. Seeing that Wu Yang didn't answer, Wu Wanxin's heart sank. Generally speaking, when Wu Yang didn't speak, It meant that the situation was very dangerous, or he was considering what choice to make, and it was the extremely difficult one. It was very likely that the supreme grass would be handed over. The key was whether the other party would agree to let them go if they handed over the supreme grass. That was another matter. Unless they made an oath. Look at your brother. He can't even say anything, right? Sakanin sneered. Because he isn't as arrogant as you are. He knows the seriousness of the situation. I dare say that you won't be able to last 3 hours against us. You will all be wiped out. Do you believe me? Coupled with the Saros divine formation and their lineup, it wouldn't be that easy to break through. If I hand over the supreme grass, will you let us go? Wu Yong raised his head and asked. After some hesitation, he finally decided what to do. For the sake of everyone's safety, he could only choose to give up on the supreme grass. Brother, Wu Wanxin's heart sank. Clearly, they had encountered a terrible situation. Otherwise, Wu Yong wouldn't have made such a choice. The supreme grass was extremely important to Wu Yong. It was one of the divine medicines that could help him break through to the Sky Star's supremacy. No one would be willing to do this. But for now, they had no other choice. Of course, we will let you go. Do you think Sakanin, would say anything? Sakanin's eyes lit up. All right, make an oath, and I will give you the supreme grass. Wu Yong gestured for Sakanin to make an oath. His words would only be effective after making an oath. Otherwise, it would just be empty talk. I don't like making an oath. I don't like the feeling of being bound. You have no other choice now. Either you believe me, or you fight. Sakanin smiled coldly. Wu Yong and the rest's expressions changed. What was the point of not making an oath? Perhaps he would kill all of them after obtaining the supreme grass. If you don't make an oath, I won't hand over the supreme grass. Don't treat us like idiots. Wu Yong rejected. Then let's fight. Don't talk nonsense. Wu Yong didn't waste any more time. It wasn't that he didn't want to hand over the supreme grass, but that the other party didn't have any promises to make. Who knew he might even kill them after getting the supreme grass. Under such circumstances, they might as well take a gamble. There was still a chance to escape. Looks like you are courting death. Sakanin's expression was cold. He indeed wanted to kill them after getting the supreme grass. He couldn't let a tiger return to the mountain, especially a disciple of a powerful family like Wu Yong. We won't know who the winner will be until the end. Wu Yong wasn't afraid. He turned to look at Yi Tianyun and said apologetically, I'm sorry for dragging you all into this. When the fight starts, if there's a chance, take the opportunity to escape. Even at this time, Wu Yong didn't forget to care about them. Chapter 23-26. Yi Tianyun had originally planned to fight with them. How could he let go of such a fat sheep? Others might be afraid of the sand godere, but he was not. Oh, you do have some backbone. It looks like you're a rogue cultivator from outside, right? I believe you've seen the current situation. I admit that your cultivation is not low, but if you think you can do whatever you want here with a divine, star venerable late-stage cultivation, then you're dreaming. When Sakanin saw Yi Tianyun step forward, he smiled slightly. If you join us and deal with them together, not only will I let you live, but I'll also give you some benefits. How about it? Sakanin began to tempt Yi Tianyun. He could see that the two families really had no relationship. Moreover, he had already investigated who would be on this spirit boat. From the beginning, he knew that Yi Tianyun was not a member of the Wu family. Even so, he would not let anyone leave so easily. Can you give us some benefits? Yi Tianyun smiled faintly. That's right. Not only can I let you live, but I can also give you some benefits that are definitely beyond your imagination. Sakanin's eyes flickered. It would be best if he could pull the other party over. No matter what, Tianyun was a divine, venerable late-stage powerhouse. If he could be pulled over, it would save him a lot of trouble. I wonder if I can bring it up myself. What benefits do I need? Don't worry, I only want one benefit, Tianyun said with a smile. All right, tell me. Let's see if I can satisfy you. Sakanin was overjoyed. It was so easy to pull him over. Wu Wanxin and the others looked over, and their hearts sank. Could it be that Tianyun would really join the other party? Wu Yang did not speak. He just looked at Tianyun quietly. Among them, Wu Wanxin, who had a relatively bad temper, was furious. She opened her mouth and wanted to scold Tianyun for being ungrateful and going back on his word. Tianyun grinned and said, "Then can I have your head?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was flabbergasted. How is this really choosing to side with him? This is completely a joke. Sakanin's face was ashen. He did not expect that he would be fooled. Good, you really have guts, Sakanin said coldly. Since that's the case, I hope that you won't beg for mercy when the time comes. Even if you beg for mercy, I'll make your life worse than death. I'll let you know the consequences of messing with me. All right. Wu Yang laughed and said, if we can successfully kill our way out, you will definitely become an honored guest of our Wu family. At this moment, the way Wu Wanxin looked at Tianyun changed. She didn't think much of him at first, but now, a friend in need was a friend indeed, which made her feel a little complicated. If it were any other cultivator, they would probably have begged Sakanin for mercy. If they begged for mercy, Sakanin might let them go or join Sakanin's side to express their loyalty. Then, they might have a chance to live. However, Tianyun did not do so. Instead, he completely fell out with the other party. Such courage was really rare. The reason why she hated some rogue cultivators from outside was that they were ungrateful in many cases. Wu Yang had helped many people, but those people were ungrateful or had approached the Wu family with ulterior motives. Naturally, she hated them. Well, let's deal with them first, and then go to the Wu family as guests. I hope, brother, Wu Yang doesn't mind. Tianyun laughed and did not care about the current situation at all. That's for sure. If I don't treat you well, you can hold me accountable. Wu Yang also laughed, making the originally tense atmosphere slightly relaxed. On the side, Star Venerate Mei Qing, and the others also felt a little relaxed. They did not know what the effect of the Saros divine formation was, but one thing they knew was that Tianyun was absolutely heaven-defying. Damn it, they still dare to chat in front of me. Kill them all, and let them go to hell to slowly taste tea. Sakanin felt that he was being looked down upon. In a rage, he immediately ordered all his men to move out. The next moment, figures disappeared in front of everyone. They all went into the void, ready to launch a sneak attack. After entering the void, Wu Yang hurriedly looked around, worried that someone would launch a sneak attack. This time, they had to be cautious. If they were not careful, they would be hit. In this situation where the enemy was in the dark while they were out in the open, there was no way to deal with the other party easily. Just as they were cautiously inspecting their surroundings, a figure suddenly flickered, and a guard was struck, causing him to retreat rapidly. At this time, there was a huge hole in the guard's chest. If he had not dodged in time, he would have been killed. After one guard was hit, a second one soon followed. Another guard was hit, and his situation was even worse. Under this heavy blow, he immediately fainted, and his soul was injured. Fortunately, his companion put it away in time, or he would have died without a doubt. As more and more sneak attacks occurred, the situation of the guards became worse and worse. On the other hand, they could not even see the appearance of the enemy. They could only see their companions being knocked down one by one, which made them feel extremely terrified. How? How do we fight like this? Wu Wanxin's face was pale. Her cultivation was not low, and she was a mid-stage divine star venerate, but she felt very helpless. Only now did she realize how amazing the Saros divine formation's effect was. There was actually such a terrifying formation. She could not even see the enemy's figure. Wu Yang's eyes were cold as he stared at the surroundings. There was no way to break it at the moment. There was only one way to deal with them, and that was to counterattack the moment they attacked. This sounded simple, but it was extremely difficult to do. This meant that even more astonishing reaction ability was needed. One could imagine how difficult it was to counterattack the moment the enemy attacked. As for flying around randomly, it would instead increase the degree of danger. No one knew if someone would suddenly appear behind them, and they would not even have a chance to react. Ha ha ha, despair? You can't even see your opponent. That's really a kind of sorrow, Sakinen sneered. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. Enjoy this despair. At this time, Yi Tianyun, who was motionless at the side, suddenly smiled and said, Feel despair? I don't think there's anything to despair about. Is that so? Then I'll let you feel it first. Sakinen was very unhappy with Yi Tianyun, so he gestured for his companion to attack Yi Tianyun. At this time, Yi Tianyun suddenly took a step forward. With a dong sound, the void was shattered. After it was shattered, the entire void suddenly distorted. At this time, everyone could see more than a dozen blurry figures. Without a doubt, they were the cultivators hidden in the void. Chapter 23-27. Sakinen had never expected that Yi Tianyun would be able to destroy the array I of the Saros divine formation. They had spent a lot of effort to set up the array I. Who knew that Yi Tianyun would be able to destroy one of the array eyes. After destroying one, the Saros divine formation's effect was immediately greatly weakened. Even the perfect concealment was exposed. Although it was very blurry, at least it was not like before, where they could not see anything. We see them, we see them. Wu Yang and the rest's eyes lit up. They quickly realized what Yi Tianyun had just done. He had destroyed the most important array I. Although there was only one, after being greatly weakened, it was enough to give them a chance to counterattack. Boom! Wu Yang's power immediately erupted, sending the cultivator beside him flying. The cultivator flew out of the void, and only stopped after flying for a long distance. However, he was basically dead. His head had been sent flying by Wu Yang's kick. Wu Yang usually looked very amiable, but when facing these opponents, he was very ruthless. If he could kill them with one move, he would definitely not use a second move. The rest of them also quickly attacked, including Wu Wanxin. Although Wu Wanxin was a little arrogant, her abilities were not bad. Her attacks were not as ruthless as Wu Yang's, but the effects were also not bad. After a wave of counterattacks, the many shadows slowly disappeared. Although one of the array eyes had been destroyed, there were still many effects of the Saros divine formation. For example, if they hid a little further away and concealed their aura, they could still achieve the effect of invisibility. Damn it, why is there in Star Rune Master? And a good one at that. Sakinen had never expected that Yi Tianyun would be in Star Rune Master. Only in Star Rune Master could find the array I in such a short time. Even if there was only one, after destroying it, the effect would be weakened. This Saros divine formation was no longer the complete Saros divine formation. Yi Tianyun's level as in Star Rune Master was not high. However, seeing that the Saros divine formation was not weak, he knew that it would not be easy to destroy it. He could only increase his level as in Star Rune Master. In addition, he had reached his limit. If he did not obtain the divine medicine, he would not be able to break through. Under such circumstances, he had to prioritize improving his other abilities. The ability of an astral rune master wasn't bad. Under the ferocious smashing, the astral rune master's rank instantly rose to the 4th grade. After advancing to the 4th level, it was no longer difficult for him to break the divine Saros array. After all, the other party was only a 4th level astral rune master. Under the dual confrontation, Yi Qianyun's side had the upper hand. However, Sakanin was not a 4th grade star rune master. Rather, he had invited a 4th grade star rune master to set up this array. There was no 4th grade star rune master among them. It was simply too difficult for high-ranked astral rune masters to cultivate. It was extremely difficult for them to reach this level. Only a few big clans or forces would have advanced astral inscriptionists. How could a bandit force like theirs possibly have such a high-level astral rune master? Kill him first, that star rune master. Sakanin immediately gave the order. He originally wanted to deal with Yi Qianyun first. After all, Yi Qianyun had angered him. Now, it was not because he had angered Yi Qianyun that he sent people to kill Yi Qianyun. It was because Yi Qianyun was an astral rune master. If Yi Qianyun was not killed, the divine Saros array would be meaningless if the destruction continued. In particular, Wu Wanxin would spread the news. At that time, forget about killing Wu Yang, whether they could escape or not would be the key, because the Wu family had a heavenly star supremacy. If they sent a heavenly star supremacy to rescue them, they wouldn't be able to escape, even if they wanted to. After Sakanin gave the order, he also hid in the array and went to kill Yi Qianyun. Originally, Sakanin didn't want to take action personally. He wanted to watch the situation from the sidelines. He wanted to see Wu Yang and the others' expressions of despair. Who knew that all this would be destroyed by Yi Qianyun? Brother Yi, hide beside me. Wu Yang motioned to Yi Qianyun to hide beside him. It would be safer this way. At the same time, Wu Yang quickly unleashed his star dharma form, Bloodthirsty Mantis. A giant blood red mantis appeared in the void. At the same time, Wu Yang held 2 top-grade star venerable level treasures in his hands. His eyes turned red, and he was full of murderous intent. This bloodthirsty mantis didn't have a unique star dharma form. It was a level 6 star dharma form, which was equally powerful. It didn't mean that a unique star dharma form would be stronger than a level 6 star dharma form. It also depended on the user. When Wu Yang unleashed this star dharma form, its power was quite shocking. No need. Brother Wu Yang, protect me. I'll destroy the formation. Yi Qianyun didn't stop. Instead, he turned and flew to the next formation eye. With the appraisal eye, he could clearly see where the formation eye was. However, it wouldn't be easy to destroy it. Okay. Wu Yang didn't waste time. He originally wanted to protect Yi Qianyun. Since Yi Qianyun wanted to destroy the formation eye, he would accompany him. Under normal circumstances, destroying the formation eye at such a time was equivalent to courting death. The other party knew that Yi Qianyun was an astral rune master, so they would definitely guard the formation eye. When Yi Qianyun came over, they would immediately launch a sneak attack. Yi Qianyun wasn't afraid at all. He directly flew to the next formation eye. Sure enough, when he arrived at the next formation eye, 2 figures immediately pounced in his direction. They were 2 late-stage divine, star venerable powerhouses. They used their strongest killing moves as soon as they attacked. They unleashed all their star dharma forms, all level 6 star dharma forms. They aimed at Yi Qianyun's head, trying to kill him in one blow. Get lost! Wu Yang, who was wielding 2 blades, roared and slashed forward crazily. It looked like a simple wave, but he actually slashed out tens of thousands of times, at an astonishing speed. Boom! With his full power erupting, the two late-stage divine star venerable powerhouses were sent flying. After a head-on confrontation, Wu Yang actually fought to a draw with the other party. It was enough to show how powerful he was. Yi Tianyun didn't waste time. He stepped on the formation I. Boom! With one step, a hole appeared in the formation I, but it wasn't damaged. The first formation I he destroyed was a little weaker, so he could destroy it in one blow. The second one wasn't so easy to destroy. However, with Wu Yang protecting him, it wasn't difficult to destroy it. Swish! But at this moment, a cold light suddenly pierced through, wanting to penetrate his head. The one who charged out from the void was Sakinen. Wu Yang, who was protecting Yi Tianyun, reacted quickly. His astonishing reaction speed was really like a praying mantis. He attacked at lightning speed. Boom! He hastily counterattacked and barely managed to block this move. Sakinen was sent flying, but Wu Yang suffered some minor injuries. There was a bloody hole on his shoulder, looking very terrifying. Chapter 23-28. As expected of the Wu family's genius. He didn't even retreat. Sakenen's expression was gloomy. The three of them attacked fiercely, but Wu Yang blocked all of them. Wu Yang's strength was still quite shocking, especially when he used his full power to block their sneak attacks. This was a sneak attack supported by the Saros Divine Array, but it was still blocked by Wu Yang. He didn't block the last attack, but his injuries weren't serious, which was already quite shocking. Wu Yang's strength was truly valiant, especially when combined with his star transcendence phase. He basically had lightning-fast reaction and attack ability, and instantly knew how to intercept his opponent. Some cultivators could react, but they couldn't react in time to the attacks. Wu Yang didn't have this problem. His unique super talent allowed his attack speed to be shockingly effective in defending against sneak attacks. No matter how many of you come at me, I'll block all of them. Wu Yang's eyes were cold, and the wound on his shoulder quickly healed, as if he didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. You're ambitious. Let's see how many attacks you can block. Sakenen wouldn't go soft, and once again joined forces with his two companions to attack Wu Yang. Wu Wanxin and the others could only watch from the side. They had to block the enemy's sneak attacks, let alone help Wu Yang. Moreover, even if they wanted to help, they couldn't. Their cultivation was too low, and only Wu Yang's cultivation was the highest. If they went over, they would undoubtedly be a burden. Dang, dang, dang! The loud sound of metal clashing exploded in the void, and waves of air surged. Wu Yang could block every attack, but he gradually became tired. Some attacks couldn't be completely blocked, so he used his body to block them. At this time, the injuries on his body were getting more and more serious, but he still stubbornly held on. He knew he couldn't retreat. Once he did, Yi Tianyun wouldn't be able to focus on destroying the array core. At first, Yi Tianyun wanted to destroy the array core with one step, but this array core was too strong. He could only completely destroy it by destroying the internal structure. This process required full concentration, and there couldn't be any distractions. Seeing Wu Yang protect him like this, he was somewhat moved. He originally wanted to use the vengeful spirits, but vengeful spirits couldn't unleash their full power here. After they attacked, they would hide in the void. Even a vengeful spirit would not be able to track him down. It would only be a waste of opportunity. Therefore, he could only focus on destroying the array core as fast as he could. Broken, Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up. Then, he stretched out his hand and slapped down. Another array core was destroyed. When the second array was destroyed, they were completely exposed while hiding in the void. At this moment, the ability to hide in the void was completely lost. The effect of hiding in the void is gone. Now, we can counterattack, Tianyun said in a deep voice. All right. Wu Yang let out a furious roar as the wounds on his body rapidly healed. His eyes turned incomparably red as his combat power rose steadily. Then, he locked on his Sakinin and pounced forward. Let's see how you can hide this time. Wu Yang brandished his twin blades and charged over. What he hated the most was Sakinin. In a fit of rage, he immediately unleashed his full strength and slashed down fiercely. Even if I don't hide inside, I can still destroy you, Sakinin coldly snorted. Although they had lost their advantage of concealment, they still had their powerhouses here. They could still win. Boom, boom, boom. As Sakinin fought fiercely with Wu Yang was forced to retreat. The originally strong Wu Yang had actually become somewhat weak. Actually, it wasn't that Wu Yang had become weak. Instead, it was that Wu Yang's attacks were constantly being absorbed by the surrounding void. This was the second effect of the divine Saros array, which was to absorb energy. Sakinin and the others didn't have any problems. Wu Yang's attacks were always effective, but when they were released, the effects would be greatly weakened. It was as if a large part of their bodies had been chopped off. The effects were severely weakened. Therefore, when they were fighting, their attacks were as if they could only unleash half of their full power. It was quite strenuous. Unless they were very close, the effects wouldn't be at their best. Sakinin was using this effect to attack from a slightly further distance. When they clashed, Wu Yang's attacks would basically be broken. Previously, it was a sneak attack. A sneak attack required one to be closer. Therefore, Wu Yang's strength didn't seem to be weakened. Now it was different. He was deliberately using this effect to attack, causing the situation to become more troublesome. Since they weren't hiding themselves, it was easier for them to fight. All of them were attacking from a distance. All of a sudden, Wu Wanxin and the others were in a passive state. They all wanted to attack from a distance, but the other party kept hiding from a distance. Ha ha, what happened to your aura just now? Why is it so weak now? Sakinin mocked as he fought. As for that brat, just watch him die. At this moment, two divine star venerables went around and surrounded Tianyun. Two late-stage divine star venerables fighting against one Tianyun was already giving him face. Such a young star rune master. What a pity. You can go and die. The two late-stage divine star venerables attacked fiercely. Tianyun smiled calmly. His hands shook quickly, and 10 star venerable grade weapons appeared in his hands. Then, his unique star Dharma idol burst forth, the 8-color Emperor Dragon. A unique star Dharma idol. Everyone was shocked when they saw it. Who would have thought that a foreign cultivator would have a unique star Dharma idol? Wu Wanxin, who was originally high and mighty, was stunned when she saw this unique star Dharma idol. This was a unique star Dharma idol that even they couldn't have, but it had appeared on Tianyun's body. Even if it's a unique star Dharma idol, you still have to die. They didn't think that Tianyun could deal with them. Combined with the effect of the Saros divine array, even the strongest attack would be weakened. Is that so? Then let's see how you'll kill me. Tianyun stepped on the void, and with a dong sound, the void was crushed. He arrived in front of his opponent at an extremely terrifying speed, and his 10 weapons quickly chopped down. The terrifying power was displayed to the extreme. When the blade came down, it was like a terrifying 8-color thunder. This speed, how? The late-stage divine, Star Venerable's eyes were filled with shock. He hadn't thought that Tianyun would have such a terrifying speed and catch up with him in an instant. Now, their distance advantage was gone. Before he could dodge, the attack had already landed. With a hung sound, the late-stage divine Star Venerables was immediately chopped into a bloody mist, and he was easily killed. Under Yi Tianyun's attack, the late-stage divine Star Venerables couldn't take a single move. Finished off one, start to finish off the second. Yi Tianyun looked coldly at the other late-stage divine Star Venerables. This gaze made everyone's heart tremble. It turned out that the most powerful one wasn't Wu Yang, but him. Chapter 23-29. Yi Tianyun's power and speed had far exceeded their imaginations. Even Wu Yang had been suppressed. In fact, this could be seen quite a bit from the Star Dharma idol. Who would have thought that a native like Yi Tianyun would actually have a unique star aspect? No matter how they thought about it, they couldn't have imagined it. They had thought that it would be a 6th grade star aspect at most, which was already the limit. Who would have thought that he would reach the level of a unique star aspect? That was a unique star aspect that even they didn't have. Yi Tianyun didn't give them a chance to react. He immediately rushed towards another late-stage divine, Star Venerate powerhouse. As long as he eliminated these late-stage divine, Star Venerate powerhouses, everything would be fine. The rest of the cultivators were just small fries. In addition to the effect of the Saros divine formation, they were basically no threat to them since it was no longer of much use. I don't believe it. The remaining late-stage divine, Star Venerate powerhouse, also unleashed his strongest power. The star aspect was unleashed, and 46 units of stellar power appeared above it. His body also transformed into a huge dragon elephant. It looked like a huge dragon and an elephant at the same time. The combination of the two was really strange. When he saw this star aspect, Yi Tianyun immediately laughed. He hadn't unleashed anything, but he had actually unleashed a star aspect with the dragon race's bloodline on him. "Suppress it," shouted Yi Tianyun. The power of the 8-color Emperor Dragon pressed forward, and the dragon elephant immediately shrank back in fear. The other party was dumbfounded. His star aspect had actually shrunk back in fear. This was something that had never happened before. After the star aspect was lost, everything returned to its original state. Very quickly, the other party faced Yi Tianyun's terrifying attack. Under the heavy pressure, the late-stage divine, Star Venerate powerhouse, was crushed. The other party didn't have the slightest ability to resist, and was easily suppressed. A cultivator without a star aspect was trash. They weren't even comparable to a mid-stage divine, Star Venerate. Under such circumstances, Yi Tianyun didn't even need to use any strength to crush his opponent. That was easy. Yi Tianyun smiled. It was easy enough to deal with these guys. If all their star powers were dragons, or something like that, then he would have made a huge profit. He would have been able to get rid of them effortlessly. After dealing with the remaining late-stage divine, Star Venerable, the last one left was Sakinen, who was fighting Wu Yang. Sakinen was shocked. 2 of his companions had died, just like that, and Yi Tianyun had even taken care of them. Initially, Zhang Xian didn't stand out much. It was just his cultivation that stood out. Who could have known that he wasn't just an astral rune master? He also had a unique astral projection. How was he supposed to fight against him? If the 2 of them joined forces, Sakinen would definitely be defeated. This could be seen from Yi Tianyun's explosive power just now. He was definitely not simple. Damn it, how can there be such a freak? Sakinen cursed. Now his plan was ruined. His original plan had been perfect. Even if he couldn't deal with Wu Yang, he could still restrain him. Combined with the Saros divine formation, he could definitely suppress them easily. Who would have thought that Yi Tianyun's arrival completely destroyed his plan? Not even a trace was left. Ha ha ha, Brother Yi is amazing. Sakinen, let's see how you can stop us this time. Wu Yang's attacks became more and more powerful. With less apprehension, his morale naturally rose. Sakinen's face was ashen. The other battles were still going well. Combined with the Seras divine formation's absorption of energy, they had the upper hand. However, the powerhouses were still around, so this advantage was meaningless. Here, they couldn't be dealt with by relying on numbers. At this moment, Tianyan also surrounded Sakinen and intercepted him from behind. He said indifferently, "I wonder how you're going to destroy me this time?" After Sakinen blasted Wu Yang away with reddened eyes, he glared at Tianyan and roared, "I'm going to kill you!" Sakinen had completely integrated with the star law aspect and turned into a huge star-hunting tiger. It was as huge as a mountain. As it pounced, it tore through the void and pressed down. He had been blinded by anger and prioritized dealing with Tianyun. Such a perfect plan was destroyed. He was basically going to get the supreme grass, but it was destroyed by Tianyun. If it were anyone else, they would have gone crazy. Originally, he risked provoking the Wu family to carry out a sneak attack. Now that the plan was destroyed, even if he could escape, he would have completely provoked the Wu family. The thought of it made Sakinen furious. Even if he had to sacrifice his life, he had to keep Tianyun here. As long as Tianyun was eliminated, he would have a chance to suppress Wu Yang. A sick tiger. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? Tianyun snorted coldly and also integrated with the 8-color Emperor Dragon. He turned into an 8-color Emperor Dragon and pounced forward. The extremely sharp dragon claws pressed down on the star-hunting tiger that pounced forward. Roar! The star-hunting tiger also waved its huge front paw and slapped over, colliding with Tianyun's dragon claws. This was a real fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. Boom! The two giant claws collided, and a large black hole exploded in the void. For a moment, neither of their attacks had much of an advantage. When Sakinen wanted to counterattack with a stronger force, Tianyun's strength suddenly increased. Suppress. Tianyun's dragon eyes were filled with a gaze that looked down on the world. Under the heavy pressure, Sakinen's huge front paw was crushed. Along with a scream, Sakinen flew out. His original huge figure quickly shrank and returned to his original appearance. At this time, Sakinen's arm was also broken, and he suffered an extremely serious injury. The injuries he suffered when he transformed into his original body could also be reflected on his original body, especially the kind of fusion with a higher degree of compatibility. Looks like you dodged quickly. Tianyun's eyes were cold as he continued to chase and attack. He wanted to take advantage of Sakinen's injury to finish him off. However, before he could make a move, a red light pierced through and fiercely struck Sakinen's body. With a poochie sound, two blades pierced through Sakinen's body and lifted him up. You still want to snatch my supreme grass? Go to hell and find it. The one who sneak attacked him was Wu Yang. Two sharp blades easily hit Sakinen's vital points and nailed him in the void. I lost. Sakinen was very unwilling, but he could only choose to accept it. He had no other choice. Before he died, he looked at Tianyun with eyes filled with deep resentment. He did not blame Wu Yang for killing him. Instead, he hated Tianyun very much. If not for him, he would not have ended up like this. The original plan was so perfect. Wu Yang had chosen to surrender and admit defeat, but everything was ruined by Tianyun. I recommend my good friend's new book, The Perspective of Young Cultivators. Strongly recommend. Strongly recommend. Chapter 23:30. You're still looking at me like that. At this moment, Tianyun flew over and grabbed his head. He activated his divine spirit bloodline and yanked hard, dragging his soul out and holding it in his hand. Ah, the intense pain in his soul made Sakinen scream. He thought he was going to die, just like that. He didn't expect Tianyun to be able to extract his soul so easily. Under normal circumstances, it was difficult to extract a soul unless there was some special method. It just so happened that Tianyun had amazing methods to easily extract a soul. His divine soul bloodline was not just for show. It had a shocking performance when it came to controlling souls. Let me check what's in your head first. Tianyun impolitely checked Sakinen's soul memory. After a while, his gaze became colder and colder. Looks like you've done a lot of bad things. Killing you would be doing justice for the heavens. Of course, I won't let you die so easily. He grabbed Sakinen's hand and squeezed it slightly. Another wave of pain penetrated his soul, causing Sakinen to scream in pain. Physical injuries weren't that painful, but the pain in the soul was different. It wasn't something that could be offset so easily. Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't expect Tianyun to have such abilities. He easily extracted the soul and even tortured it. What a ruthless person. Kill me, Sakinen screamed. Killing you would be letting you off too lightly. Tianyun sneered. I'll turn you into a puppet, never to be reincarnated. As he said this, Sakinen's soul trembled. He felt that Tianyun was the real demon. Then he sealed it slightly and put it away. He would really make it into a puppet in the future. The soul of a late-stage divine, Star Venerable, would be pretty good to make into a puppet. Brother Wu Yang, is it okay if I put away his soul? Tianyun's cold expression softened as he looked at the dumbfounded Wu Yang. No problem. Wu Yang smiled and said, I didn't expect Brother Yi to have such shocking abilities. You really have hidden your strength well. It seems that even without our help, you can easily reach Hidden Dragon Star. Initially, he had helped Tianyun and the others because he was worried that they would not be able to reach Hidden Dragon Star smoothly. The journey was dangerous, and the journey was long. But now, it seemed like he was blind. He couldn't tell that Tianyun was such a strong cultivator, much stronger than himself. You're exaggerating. Now, let's finish off the guys around us and end this battle. Tianyun glanced around, and his eyes gradually turned cold. Yes. Soon after, the two of them joined the battle and easily dealt with the rest. Some even fled in panic, but they still couldn't escape from Tianyun's grasp. Since they wanted to deal with them, they had to know the consequences. After everything was settled, they returned to the spirit boat and continued to fly towards the Hidden Dragon Star. At this time, the way the others looked at Tianyun changed. They had seen Mei Qing God Star Venerate before, so they were not as shocked, but they were still very shocked. They felt that Tianyun seemed to have become stronger again, especially Wu Wanxin, who didn't even dare to look at Tianyun in the eyes. Tianyun's power was too strong. Even if he wasn't a Star Venerate with his ability, he would have no problem joining any big force. Of course, she wasn't afraid of Tianyun, but she was a little ashamed. Tianyun, who she had looked down on before, had now saved all of them. This was really a slap in the face. Wu Wanxin glanced at them from time to time. She looked like she wanted to say something, but she didn't say it. She was so proud. How could she say it so easily? Tianyun could sense that she wanted to say something, but he couldn't be bothered to care. What Wu Wanxin thought was her business. Tianyun dealt with Sakinen and the others not for her, but purely to help Wu Yang. Of course, there was another reason, and that was to build a good relationship with this Hidden Dragon Star. He didn't know how strong the Wu family was, but it seemed that they weren't weak. Therefore, if he could build a good relationship with a big family, it would be easier for him to move around on Wild Dragon Star. Brother E, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid we would have died there. Wu Yong was extremely grateful. This was a life-saving grace. How could he not be grateful? That's an exaggeration. With Brother Wu Yang's power, even if you can't beat them, you can still tear the divine Saros formation and call for help. Don't you know? Yi Tianyun said with a smile. That's right, but the price to pay is a little high. Wu Yong sighed. He had the ability to tear the formation and send a message for help. However, the price was too high. For example, he needed a lot of guards to protect him, and there would be countless casualties. These guards were all his subordinates, but in his opinion, they were all his brothers, and he couldn't abandon them. Therefore, he planned to hand over the supreme grass in exchange for his safety. However, Sakhanin wanted to kill them anyway, so he could only go all out. By the way, Brother Yi, what's your purpose for coming here this time? Wu Yong didn't plan to continue on this topic. Let bygones be bygones. In short, it was Yi Tianyun who saved them. My cultivation has broken through to the late divine, star venerable realm. What do you think, Brother Wu Yong? Yi Tianyun directly confessed. This wasn't a secret. Who wouldn't start looking for divine herbs to improve themselves after breaking through to the late divine, star venerable realm? I think so too. This supreme grass will be your reward, Brother Yi. Wu Yong said without hesitation as he handed over the supreme grass to Yi Tianyun as a reward. Brother, you gave him the supreme grass. What about you? Wu Wanxin hurriedly said, You're only missing the supreme grass now. I don't know when you'll be able to find it again. This is nothing compared to your lives. Wu Yong shook his head and handed the jade box to Yi Tianyun. Brother Yi, just accept it. No, since Brother Wu Yong is still missing this, how can I take it? Yi Tianyun said with a smile. I don't have anything, so it's useless to take the supreme grass. Why don't you use it to break through? After you break through to the heavenly star venerable realm, it's equivalent to saving a heavenly star venerable. It's quite worth it for me. Brother Yi, you really know how to plan. Okay, then I owe you a big favor. Wu Yong was very grateful. He really needed the supreme grass. If he could really break through to the heavenly star venerable realm, his strength would also improve greatly. Why don't you come to our Wu family as a guest now? Then I'll do as you say. Yi Tianyun didn't refuse. It just so happened that he wanted to understand the details of Hidden Dragon Star through the Wu family. Chapter 2331. Under Wu Yang's lead, they quickly arrived at Hidden Dragon Star. It wasn't very far, but they were trapped in the Saros Divine Formation. Otherwise, they would have returned long ago. Since it was the only way, it was normal for Sakhanin to set it up here. If it was set up elsewhere, it would probably be impossible to set it up correctly. It could only be set up in an area closer to Hidden Dragon Star. Only then could they accurately lock onto Wu Yong. The area outside was so vast, and the Saros Divine Formation couldn't be moved, so it could only be set up in a more dangerous area. If they asked for help, they could arrive within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. This could be said to be a huge gamble, gambling on the fact that they couldn't send a message for help. Now that the message was ineffective, there was someone more effective than the message, and that was Yi Tianyun. When they arrived at the Hidden Dragon Star area, they could see through the spirit boat that Hidden Dragon Star was huge. It was dozens of times bigger than Scarlet Moon Star. No wonder it was so rich in resources. After the corresponding area was expanded many times, there would naturally be a lot more resources. After entering Hidden Dragon Star, one couldn't tell anything from the outside. Originally, every planet was similar. The only differences were the spirit herbs and the concentration of star power. Overall, the concentration of star power was higher, and the resources were more abundant. Other than that, there was no difference. Of course, there were more powerhouses, Once there were more resources, powerhouses were everywhere. This was the same as divine, star venerable powerhouses. There were so many divine, star venerable powerhouses in the spirit boat alone. They were stronger than divine, star venerable Mei Qing, and the others. They could either stay in a small place and become a king, or come here to break through to a higher realm. It was impossible to break through to a higher realm by staying on Scarlet Moon Star. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many divine, star venerables leaving Scarlet Moon Star. Unfortunately, they encountered the Bone Spirit clan. Otherwise, they would have come to Hidden Dragon Star. Our Wu family is in front. When Wu Yang pointed to the area in front of him, his expression showed some pride. Our Wu family can be ranked in the top 10 in the entire Desolate Dragon Star. Not too high a ranking, but our overall strength can definitely be ranked in the top 10. Divine, Star Venerable Mei Qing, and the others didn't speak, but their eyes were full of shock. Even though they had expected the Wu family to be powerful, they didn't expect it to be one of the top 10 forces on Hidden Dragon Star. It sounded terrible, but usually the top 3 were better. This was true, but in this Hidden Dragon Star, there were countless forces. If there were not 10,000, there were at least 8,000. With so many forces of various sizes, being able to reach the top 10 among so many forces was enough to prove how strong the Wu family was. That's right. Our Wu family has countless experts. If we hadn't been ambushed, we would have been able to call for Grand Elder's help through the message token. At that time, those fellows would be dead for sure. Wu Wanxin felt a little angry at the thought of being ambushed. In our Wu family, there are 3 Heavenly Star Supremes. 3 Supremes in one family. Looking at the entire Hidden Dragon Star, we can definitely rank in the top 10. When Wu Wanxin talked about this matter, she also had an air of arrogance. It seemed that she had the capital to be so arrogant. The reason why there wasn't a detailed ranking was mainly because they hadn't really fought. If they really fought, the losses would be too great. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't go to war because the losses were too great. According to Heavenly Star Supremacy's ranking, they would definitely be able to enter the top 10. To be precise, they might even be in the top 4 or 5. Generally speaking, the Wu family was one of the top 10 families. Wu Wanxin wanted to see some shock and admiration on Yi Tianyun's face, but she was disappointed. Yi Tianyun's expression was indifferent. It seemed that this didn't set off any waves. He wasn't surprised at all. This made her angry for a moment. She had said so much, but Yi Tianyun didn't have any reaction. The Wu family is really powerful. Yi Tianyun smiled. It seems that it's my honor to be able to make friends with brother Wu Yang. When he said this, he was still very calm. He didn't have the feeling of a commoner meeting an emperor. Everything was so sparse and ordinary. This made Wu Wanxin puzzled. If it were any other cultivator, they would have already prostrated themselves. How could they be so calm? Those who could curry favor with the top 10 families wouldn't dare to say that they could do whatever they wanted on Hidden Dragon Star, but at least they wouldn't be afraid of most forces. Yi Tianyun didn't have much of a reaction. It sounded like a very simple compliment. It was undeniable that other cultivators wanted to cling to this thick thigh, but for Yi Tianyun, it was just SOSO. He had seen more powerful existences, especially the Purple Cloud Star Emperor. In the eyes of the Purple Cloud Star Emperor, the Heavenly Star Supremacy was only the lowest standard. Hearing this, he immediately felt nothing. Even if he broke through to the Heavenly Star Supremacy, he wasn't too excited. This was the lowest standard of the Purple Cloud Star Emperor. This was the most terrifying thing. Not at all, not at all. Wu Yang was very appreciative of Yi Tianyun's behavior. What he hated the most was that when the other party heard how powerful he was, they would immediately change their expressions and flatter him. When you come to our Wu family, if you don't stay as a guest for a year or two, you are not giving me Wu Yang face. Immediately, Wu Yang brought them back to the Wu family and entertained them well, treating them as distinguished guests. At first, some people didn't quite understand, but after the explanation, they were all shocked. They didn't expect Yi Tianyan to be so powerful, and he even saved their young master. This matter immediately alarmed the elders and the patriarch, who personally received Yi Tianyan. At the same time, they arranged a grand welcome banquet for Yi Tianyan. Yi Tianyan received a very warm reception, and divine Star-Lord Mei Qing and the others also benefited from it, coming to the banquet together. Not long after they sat down, someone came out. "Brother Yi, it's my father and the great elder." Wu Yang stood up, and so did Yi Tianyan. After all, he was the other party's master, so he had to show some etiquette. Ha ha ha, heroes really come from the young. He has such skills at such a young age. I didn't expect there to be such a young man outside of Hidden Dragon Star. The first to come out was Wu Yang's father, Wu Yuanan. His cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the Heavenly Star supremacy, and because his aura was restrained, there wasn't much pressure. However, just a little bit of his aura was enough to feel the horror of the Heavenly Star supremacy. Next to him was another Heavenly Star supremacy, whose cultivation was also at the mid-stage of the Heavenly Star supremacy. There was no doubt that he was the Great Elder. There was another Heavenly Star supremacy who didn't show up. He must have gone to do something,